What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Friday, April 25th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, NFL draft analyst Russell Brown will join us at 8 o'clock to recap round one of the draft last night and also preview days 2 and 3 coming up this weekend. Plus, legendary lifetime Longhorn Brooks Kieschnick will join us at 8:30 to talk a little Longhorn baseball and preview this massive 3-game series against Texas A&M that gets going at the Dish tonight. The Buck and I will give our thoughts on round one of the NFL draft, including where the Longhorns landed and what the Dallas Cowboys and Houston Texans did. We've got some Texas basketball news. We've got some Texas baseball news, the latest and greatest from the NBA and NHL playoffs, and we'll have some Friday fun like we always do here on TSU. Hope everyone's having a great week so far, and a happy Friday to each and every one of you tuned in this morning, and a happy Friday to you, my man. How are you today?
I am doing fantastic. And you, man, I hope you had a good night watching the draft last night. And for those that are thinking, is it going to rain? Well, there is a slight chance of rain today. When I say slight, anything at 40% doesn't mean anything here to me. So, but there could be some, some spots can get a little bit of rain today, but I don't think it's going to be anything that you have to worry about. I don't think the weekend's going to be anything that you have to worry about. Rain looks like it's kind of days away, and it's today, not much, if at all. They get a little sprinkle here and there. I got some big drops on me yesterday, and then it just stopped out of nowhere.
Huh.
It was weird. I mean, it stayed cloudy all day yesterday.
It did. As long as you tell me this Texas A&M series is going to go off without a hitch, then I've got no problem.
It's going on. I mean, if it gets drizzled on a little bit on a Friday, that's fine, but it's going. There's no cancellation coming up here.
It's good to hear. They're playing at 7 o'clock tonight, 3 o'clock tomorrow, and then 3 o'clock again on Sunday, and what is the biggest series at the Dish in years.
Yeah, it should be okay.
Okay, good to know. Good to know. But a chance of rain this morning.
Yes.
And that's good. As they say, we need it around here.
Yes, we do.
All right, plenty of sports to dive into. 3 Longhorns were selected in the first round of the NFL draft. That's only the second time in Texas football history where 3 players went in round 1. It's the first time since 1980 for Texas football, so a monumental opening night in Green Bay for the Longhorns. We will talk about the destinations for all 3 of those players and also preview, again, where these other Longhorns could end up today and tomorrow. We'll get into the Dallas Cowboys, Buck. I know you were underwhelmed with what Dallas did at Pick 12 last night.
But I knew that they would.
It's pretty on brand for the Cowboys, especially over the last few seasons. How about 5 years in a row the Dallas Cowboys have taken a lineman with their first pick?
That's exciting for the fans.
No, it's not.
I hope he can catch passes.
I don't think Tyler Booker is going to be entrusted to catch passes for the Dallas Cowboys, but he will be entrusted to block for Dak Prescott, and the Cowboys are excited about that. But I know some Dallas fans are a little underwhelmed with what happened last night. The Texans ended up trading out of the first-round pick, out of their first-round pick, so we don't have a Texans first rounder to discuss, but we'll talk about their plans. But before we dive into any of the madness, because there was some madness last night at Lambeau Field, let's give the soldier shout out, Buck.
Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you. Thank you so very much. We do appreciate what you do for all of us. Give us the opportunity to do what we do, and to you and your families to be safe out there.
Yes, indeed. All right, plenty to dive into. Where do you want to begin? Should we start at the top of the draft?
Yeah, start at that number 2 pick. We all knew what number 1 was going to be. That number 2 deal was amazing.
Yeah, no surprise at number 1. Tennessee takes quarterback Cam Ward with the first overall pick. A great story, a 0-star recruit out of high school, a guy who started his college career at Incarnate Word in San Antonio. and worked his way up to the top overall pick in the NFL draft. That's the beauty of sports. But like you said, no intrigue there. We've known about that for weeks now. The biggest surprise of the night came right after that. The Jacksonville Jaguars gave up a second rounder this year and their first rounder next year to move from 5 to 2 for the opportunity to take Heisman winner Travis Hunter. Everybody knew Hunter was going to, but the Browns originally had that second pick. So most people just kind of sharpied Travis Hunter to Cleveland. Instead, it's Jacksonville who makes the biggest splash on night one.
Yeah, everybody talked about them getting two players in one. But for Cleveland, they needed to, I don't know. Jacksonville, there's much more. This is going to be their deal. Is this guy is a receiver? They're talking about him playing both ways a lot. He says he's going to play a lot. I think that like we talked to Connor the other day when I asked him, would he be your first number one guy as wide receiver, and he said yes. I think Jacksonville is thinking that too. That he's just that good as a wide receiver. They have to do something for their quarterback. And if they can throw him in that cornerback in nickel situations or whatever, that's fine. But I can't see him playing as many snaps as everybody's pretending this dude, even himself, is going to get a chance to do. I think they think of him as a fantastic wide receiver. To me, I think of him as a better cornerback. But if that's their number one guy at wide receiver, boy, you're sure still giving up an awful lot.
I don't know if he has to be their number one guy at wide receiver because they spent their first round pick on Brian Thomas Jr. last year, and that guy looks like the real deal. I mean, he had a 1,000-yard season as a rookie. So I don't think he needs to go into Jacksonville and be Trevor Lawrence's primary target. I think he's going to be a big part of the offense. And I think that's the logic behind Jacksonville's move is, well, we feel like we got a first-round caliber receiver and a first-round caliber corner with this pick. So we got 2 first-round picks in one, so we can give up next year's first because we got 2 of them on the same night.
Yeah, we're not looking for a quarterback like a lot of other people, are looking for. So
Right. So, yeah, they definitely wanted to help Trevor Lawrence. Travis Hunter will do that. They wanted to help their defense a little bit, and Travis Hunter is going to do that. But obviously he's the most fascinating player in the last 10 drafts because we have not seen anything like this in a long, long time. And that's going to be the biggest storyline, maybe of the entire NFL season, but definitely for this rookie class is how much is Travis Hunter going to play? Yeah. And where is he going to play?
I don't know. I look at him as, I just think he's such a great cornerback and just such a ball guy. It's a lot of snaps. If you get him down to, you tell me he's going to play 80, 90 snaps, he can't play 125 a game or 130 or 140,
No, I mean, he's probably not going to be an every down player on both sides of the football. No. And you wonder if he's going to focus primarily on offense or on defense. And then, hey, maybe in fourth quarters, he plays both ways.
Sure.
Maybe it's one of those things where they rest him up a little bit, right? Just play him sparingly on the opposite side of the ball. And then, close game, fourth quarter, Travis Hunter might be our best corner and he might be our best receiver. We need that dude out there for every single snap. So we're going to run him.
He's got to be part of your offense with the quarterback and your other wide receiver. They've got to, that's what they need to focus on that deal.
And they just hired an offensive coach with Liam Cohen taking over. So you would think the Jags maybe would err on that side. And Travis Hunter's a stud both ways. I mean, he had 96 catches for 1,258 yards and 15 receiving touchdowns last year. So he obviously has the numbers there. He was a Thorpe Award finalist. Obviously, Jahdae Barron ended up winning that award as the nation's top defensive back. But, yeah, it just goes to show you how much of a freak athlete Travis Hunter is. And I like it. I like the move by Jacksonville. They needed to make a splash. They've been on a treadmill of mediocrity for a while now. So I think this is an exciting piece to put around Trevor Lawrence, and I think this is an exciting start to a new era of Jacksonville Jaguars football. And
plus, how excited was that dude not to go to Cleveland?
I know Jacksonville's not the best spot in the world, but Travis Hunter is from Florida, so he's pretty close to home. So his friends and family are going to be able to watch him pretty easily. But yeah, I think that's the biggest win of anybody's draft night. If you don't end up in Cleveland, you feel like a huge winner.
Oh, yeah, that was great for him.
Yeah, and I like it for the Browns too. Like, the Browns need a quarterback. They couldn't get Cam Ward. Apparently, they tried. Apparently, the Browns and the Giants called Tennessee to try to move up to number
Oh,
one,
yeah.
and the
Tennessee didn't budge
Titans.
on that.
No, they were so enamored with Cam Ward that they didn't budge. So Cleveland couldn't get, or they didn't like any of the quarterbacks at 2. So they trade back. They still end up with a very good player in Mason Graham on their defensive line. And now the Browns have 2 first-round picks next year. Look,
Yes.
they might be bad enough to where they don't need to trade up to get a quarterback. But if the Browns, let's say, have pick 4 or 5 next season and they feel like they have to move up a couple of spots to get a
Sure.
franchise guy, now they have more ammunition to do that. So I like it from that standpoint if they didn't believe in any of the quarterbacks who were there, and it's clear that they didn't.
Yeah, that was good for them.
Speaking of the
They're gonna be
Browns.
better quarterbacks coming out next year.
Yeah, and speaking of the Browns, I mean, hell, they might not have to wait till next year
Oh,
because
no, they
another
get Shedeur
huge
Sanders could be.
storyline. Yeah,
Yeah.
that was maybe the biggest storyline of the night is Shedeur Sanders didn't get picked.
Well, maybe they know something that we don't know, but there are a lot of people just obviously don't want the drama, and they don't think he's all that good. Hey, let's not forget, he got his jersey retired, 13-12. His jersey is retired. Not Cordell Stewart, but this dude.
You
Come
know,
on, man.
they're going to put up a number 2 next to Shedeur Sanders' name in the Ring of Honor at Folsom Field. That number 2 does not represent his jersey number. That represents the round that he was drafted in.
Wow. If
Yeah.
that, yeah, if that.
He'll get drafted today.
Yeah, I mean,
Look,
the Browns, if he comes back around and the Browns have an opportunity, they got to grab that.
well, the Browns are on the clock. They've got the first pick tonight.
Well, that should be their first pick.
I agree. And again, it's a tough predicament because you feel like Cleveland made that trade last night so they could go get a quarterback next year.
Yes.
But you talk about value. Like, I mean, Will Johnson out of Michigan, the corner,
Oh,
is
my
the
goodness.
top available player on most experts' big boards.
Yes.
He's got some injury concerns, which is why he fell to the second round. But
I
whoever
thought he would
gets
have been
him,
gone last night.
yeah. I mean, whoever gets him is going to get a stud if he can get back to the guy he was at Michigan for a few seasons. But Shedeur Sanders is like at worst the third best player available. So it's not like, oh, it's a quarterback and we're reaching for one. No, like most people thought Shedeur was going to go last night, and most people think Shedeur should be going right around now. So if you're Cleveland, again, we have no idea if any of these quarterbacks are going to be good. We just don't know. Nobody knows. So to me, yeah, you don't have to trade up. You can wait till round 2. I'm with you, man. I think the Browns would be pretty silly to not snag Shedeur Sanders tonight.
If not, then New Orleans may get an offensive tackle and a quarterback, which would be awesome.
Well, the Saints have the 8th pick today, so
could be close. Could be in
yeah.
there.
I think if Cleveland passes on Shedeur, someone's going to trade up and get him. Now, because of the trade the Texans made last night with the Giants, well, the Texans have the 2nd pick in round 2. Texans obviously aren't going to take a quarterback. No. Tennessee has the 3rd pick in round 2. They're obviously not taking a quarterback because they took one last night. Cleveland has the 4th pick. So the Browns have the 1st pick tonight, and they've got the 4th pick tonight.
Yeah, they'll take him with one of those.
I would think so. And if they don't want him, they should trade to somebody who does, because somebody wants Shedeur Sanders on their team. And, you know, you scratch off the Titans, you scratch off the Giants, because both of them ended up with quarterbacks.
Yeah, what happened to Pittsburgh that they didn't pull the trigger on that?
But yeah, maybe Pittsburgh. They were on the clock at 21. There was a lot of smoke to Sanders ending up there, and obviously he didn't. Boy, could you imagine? Now, I know people have mixed opinions, very mixed opinions on Shedeur, but if the Browns trade that pick to a team in their own division,
goodness,
and Shedeur turns out to be really good.
Oh, that would just be the Browns, what the Browns deserve.
How fitting would that be?
Yeah.
Like any quarterback who gets drafted by the Browns, I think is going to suck. So if Sanders ends up there, I think it's not going to work. But if you told me,
paying the price for Watson and draft choices and everything else?
Oh yeah. Wow. Well, not in draft picks anymore, but in money. All that contract that they gave him was guaranteed. So he's still there and he's still on the books. And no one is going to help them get out of that deal.
No.
But yeah, if you told me the Browns trade that pick to the Steelers and then Shedeur goes to Pittsburgh, then I'm going to say Shedeur is going to end up being really good because that's just what happens to Cleveland.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So there you go. Again,
Yeah,
big surprise.
I was surprised by the Cowboys at 12. I just thought that, they'd been working really, really hard in that war room, and only to come up with what I said, they'll go vanilla, and they did. They took a damn offensive lineman. They could have dropped way down to get another 4 or 5 spots. Somebody, they could have. And then you know what? I wouldn't have been mad if they took a lineman in the second round instead of the first round. They needed to take something for the fans, and they said, "Screw it." And they had Golden was right there. There were a number of guys who were right there looking at him. You know, they took an offensive guard from Bama. Really? How easy was that?
5th year in a row, the Cowboys have taken a lineman with their first pick. It's the 3rd offensive lineman in the last 4 years, and all of them are named Tyler. They're building the Great Wall of Tyler in Dallas right now with Tyler Smith, Tyler Guyton, and now Tyler Booker up front. And you're right, the Cowboys had some guys available. Matthew Golden was still there. Tyler Warren, the do-it-all tight end from Penn State.
Which I thought if he was there, the Cowboys would do that. They didn't.
He was there. Jalen Walker, the stud pass rusher out of Georgia, who unfortunately us Longhorn fans know all too well. He was still there. Ted McMillan was not there. And I do think, and I've been told enough by Cowboys people, that if Ted McMillan was available for Dallas at 12, he would have been the pick. But the receiver out of Arizona went 4 picks earlier to Carolina in a bit of a surprise. So he wasn't an option for Dallas. But yeah, they had some guys that I think would have excited this fan base a little bit more. Instead, they go with the least exciting position on the football field. Oh my God,
did they ever?
With the guard. And the most frustrating part, like, you never check Twitter. God bless you for that. I avoid Twitter like the plague on draft weekend because it gets spoiled. You've got all of these insiders who will tweet out the pick before the commissioner goes to the stage to announce it. I like the suspense. I like the moment, so I don't check social media. They showed footage of the Cowboys draft room. I'm sure you saw this.
Oh, yeah.
And, like every draft room gets excited. Everyone's shaking hands. They're loving each other. They're high-fiving, all of those things. But they show the Cowboys war room, and they looked like they just made the best pick in NFL history. I mean, those guys are jumping up and down. They're fist pumping. They're hugging each other. They made you believe that, oh my God, we cannot believe this legendary talent just fell to us at 12. We've got the steal of the draft, and everyone's going to be praising us for years to come.
He would have been there at 20 for you, or 22 or 23.
And when I saw that, I'm like, oh my God, like they might actually take Tyler Warren. I was thinking yesterday when we were previewing this thing that, he's too much fun for the Cowboys. Like, if he is there, they won't do that. That's too cool of a move for them to make.
I was thinking they were going, I'm like, they got a chance to take this guy right here and really make their fans excited about a guy. That's right. They'll keep the sluggos from Michigan like they do. They'll be like Chicago, like the Bears took the tight end from freaking Michigan. The Bears couldn't help themselves but to take another tight end.
Another tight end. Yeah. It's what they do, man. I mean, it's wow. A lot of people thought Tyler Warren was going there. They end up going with Colston Loveland instead. But yeah, the Cowboys, it's like the way they were reacting. I let my mind drift to a happy place for a second. Oh my God, they're going to take Tyler Warren. This is going to be a lot of fun. What a weapon this guy is. He can play tight end and receiver and running back and, wildcat quarterback. And then nope. No, why would the Cowboys do something fun?
My goodness, that's
go ahead
nuts.
And take an offensive lineman. Here's Jerry Jones, the Cowboys post-draft press conference last night. Jerry Jones with his opening statement talking about the Cowboys selection of Alabama guard Tyler Booker.
Thank you. Listen to everybody talk about it. We're very aware of the challenges we have in our division in the center of the line. It has everything to do with when you make somebody the highest paid player in the NFL, you'd like to have something in front of him. And so that's kind of cute talk, but it's really fact talk. We're interested in really making sure we had the kind of protection and, frankly, if you will, the ability to move the big guys out. That was a big part of the thinking in my vernacular.
Yeah, well, you better have somebody that guy can throw to and catch some passes, too.
It ain't cute talk. It's fact talk.
Well, once again, as I said yesterday, they feel very comfortable with offensive linemen, that they will have them around for a long time, and they've done a pretty decent job, but not last night. That wasn't the time. They could have got a guy in the second round. They could have found somebody from Idaho State or something in the second round, and then if they do a good job in what they've done with them, they could have done a good job with a second-round pick instead of using their first-round pick on that dude from Bama.
Yeah, the frustrating part is you feel like the Cowboys could have traded down a few spots and
Sure.
picked up another pick on day 2 or maybe a couple of picks on
Absolutely.
day 3 and still ended up with Tyler Booker. Like, I like Tyler Booker. I think he's going to be a really, really good player in Dallas. He was far and away the best interior offensive lineman in this draft, and the Cowboys just lost Zach Martin to retirement, so they had a big void at right guard. And to the Cowboys' credit, Buck, all off season long, they've talked about wanting to run the football better, and they need to. And we just saw the team that won the Super Bowl and how much a good running game helped them get there. The Cowboys said that early on. Last night was the first thing they've actually done that shows you that they are serious about being a much better running team.
Well, shit, they've done it for the last 5 picks, as you said. They've been talking about being serious for the last 5, and they still haven't done anything with their run game. They don't have anybody to run the ball. Nice to have that offensive line, but are you going to you're going to carry all the snaps?
Well, that's where the Cowboys have to go running back today, because that's a great point. Like, I mean, Javonte Williams and Miles Sanders, those guys aren't good enough to be great running backs in this league in 2025. So,
is there an Ohio State running back that's going to be available?
2 of them.
Both of them are gone?
No, 2 of them are available.
Okay.
Now, the Cowboys picked 12th tonight again. So hypothetically,
they may have a shot at him.
Yeah, I would think at least one of Travion Henderson or Quinshawn Judkins will be there with the 44th overall pick. But, we'll see if the Cowboys actually do that, because they have kind of neglected that position the last couple of years. But
Time for them to find a tight end now.
Yeah. Well, look, they need a receiver still.
Yes.
They've got 2 picks tonight. I would love for them to go running back and wide receiver tonight. I don't really care what the order is. Just go, best available wide receiver or best available running back with your 2 picks.
They're liable to go if the kid from Michigan at cornerback is still around. Look out.
Yeah. I mean,
I know you're taking a chance, but that dude, when he's held, that guy's a stud.
Yeah.
But damn, it's like I didn't see him for half the season.
Yeah. I don't think he'll be there at 44. I can't get mad at the pick, because the Cowboys need help at corner, because they pretty much need help everywhere. And if you get a guy who a lot of people thought was going to go in the top 10 for most of the pre-draft process, if you get him at 44, then all right, I can very much live with that.
I didn't realize that dude was 6'2" with long arms.
Yeah, man. No, for most people thought he was going to go ahead of Jahdae Barron for again a lot of the pre-draft process, but some team is going to be very happy with Will Johnson. My guess is he goes in the first 3 to 5 picks, so he won't be there for Dallas. But yeah, there's some running backs that are still there. 2 of them went last night. Obviously, Ashton Jeanty ended up in Vegas, and then Amarion.
Good job, Vegas. You just gave up a great running back 2 years ago, and Jeanty won't be 2 years from now. He'll be with somebody else before his next contract. He'll have a decent career with the Raiders, but they won't keep him because they'll still be looking for a quarterback 2 years from now.
2 years?
Yeah. They're 2 years from now, 3 years from now, they'll be looking for another
You're not giving him his full rookie contract? You're saying they're going to get rid of Jeanty before then?
They'll get rid of Jeanty. He'll be too valuable for them to keep. It's like Jacobs. I mean, he only let him get good, and then he'll say, okay, goodbye. Same thing will happen to this dude. He went to the wrong team.
I like the pick for Vegas, but obviously they've got to get other stuff figured out. I mean, I think Ashton Jeanty's a stud, and they needed a running back, and he was the best available player, I think, on the board. But yeah, they can't win with just Ashton Jeanty. He's coming in and talking about, I'm going to do what Saquon Barkley did last year. Well, you know why Saquon didn't do shit in New York? Because he didn't have a quarterback. So you've got to hope that your team gets somebody a little better than Geno Smith if you really want to do what Saquon just did.
Yeah, like I said, he'll be on the chopping block. 2 years from now, you'll be hearing about him headed somewhere else. He's on a list of guys that you're going to want.
That you're going to want. Yeah.
Wear him out.
It would have been nice on the Cowboys, but obviously went 6 picks too early. And again, like the Cowboys needed offensive line help. I think Tyler Booker is a really good player. Like I like Tyler Booker more than I liked Tyler Guyton last year. I
Yes.
like the Tyler Booker pick more than I liked the Mozzie Smith pick out of Michigan 2 years ago. And go back and listen to my stuff at the time. That's not like revisionist history. I was not a fan of either of those picks. So I think Tyler Booker's a better player, and I think he's going to be better than both of those guys. A 3-year starter at Alabama. He's a mauler. He's physical. He's mean. He's also hilarious. Like his post-draft interview was fantastic. He's got
He's
an
kind of funny
infectious,
dude. Yeah.
infectious personality. He's very articulate. Like he's just got the character that you want, but it's just so boring. Like a guard
It's
at pick
so
12.
Cowboys like.
I know. Guards are boring. A guard at pick 12 is more boring. It feels like a reach because you think they could have traded down at least 4 or 5 spots and still
Oh, yeah.
gotten the same player. And I said it yesterday, like if the Cowboys are going to be bad, which I think they're going to be average next year, at least be fun, at least be enjoyable to watch.
And you had to see Golden go to Green Bay. I know you hated that.
Oh my God. What a moment for him, right?
Man.
Matthew
Right.
Golden.
Right there.
Right there. The Packers hadn't drafted a wide receiver in round 1 since 2002. Matthew Golden wasn't born until 2003. That's how
That is
long it had
wild.
been. Yeah. So great moment for him. Obviously, he was there in person, so he got to come out to the stage and greet that entire fan base in person after he got selected. And that would have been a lot more fun. Golden or Tyler Warren would have been a lot more fun, and he would have sold a lot more jerseys if either of those guys was the pick. But the Cowboys,
And you still could protect a Dak with a 2nd round or a 3rd round offensive lineman. Your group is fantastic at offensive line play. Okay, good. You make them, they stay forever. They get to stay for 15 years. Then don't do it in the 1st round. There's somebody else that'll be there in the 2nd round. You needed to have something for your fans. But now we can say to Jerry, hey, you made this choice.
well,
Don't blame it on the media now.
Here's the scary part about all of this. Again, it's been 5 years in a row the Cowboys have taken a lineman in the 1st round, and 3 offensive linemen in the last 4 years. I am fast forwarding to the 2026 NFL draft. I feel like the Cowboys are going to take an offensive lineman next year. Either they're going to give up on Tyler Guyton because he has a bad sophomore season.
Sure, they're going to need a tackle.
Or Terrence Steele, who's the right tackle, is just like he's very average, and they're like, we're going to need to upgrade from that guy. So like I already am telling myself Dallas is going to spend another 1st round pick on an offense. It's amazing. Like for a while they could do this and they'd plug the holes, right? Like Travis Frederick and Tyron Smith and Zach Martin. It's like you don't have to worry about those positions for years. But now the Cowboys are drafting 1st round O linemen every year, and then they still need 1st round O linemen every year.
Yeah, that's crazy.
They're not drafting as well, and they're not doing anything else in free agency to address that position. And it's like, the position's important. You got to address it, but maybe try something else.
CD got no help. He better get some help tonight.
Yeah, he should. Here's Shoddy, by the way, the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys.
Shoddy.
Yeah, everyone's guy. Speaking of exciting, everyone was thrilled about the Brian Schotten hire a few months ago. Here's Shoddy talking about the Cowboys selection of Tyler Booker at 12.
Yeah, I think when you looked at it, we were, number one, thrilled about the young man, the power, the strength. When you sit down and you visit with this guy, he's an alpha. He knows what he wants. He knows how good he is. He knows how talented he is. And I think you look at what you got with Tyler Smith at left guard, Cooper Beebe, and now you add this guy. The interior of your pocket, the core of your run game, all that stuff inside. We want to move people, and we want to own the line of scrimmage, and this is the guy that gives us a chance to do that with the pieces we have in place.
There you go. Way to get out there. Way to take a chance.
Yeah. And look, everything he said was right. They do need a good offensive line, and you think about the Eagles' D-line and the Commanders' D-line, like you've got to have dudes who can block their dudes. But again, I'm okay with O-line in round 1. I just think you needed to trade down a few spots. And I'm not a believer in trading just for the sake of trading, but you could have moved down a few, I think, and gotten something like an extra third. You don't need an extra first, but could you have gotten an extra pick today if you moved down to 17,
Yes.
18, 19, 20? Because I think Booker would have been available there as well.
Yes,
So
he would have
that's
been
the annoying
available.
part.
He would have been available there, or you could have waited to the second. Go ahead and get Matthew Golden. You had an opportunity to really help out your offense,
Yeah.
score some points. Your fans would be excited. I don't know where you were going, but you still could have found an offensive lineman a little later. That's just too easy. They made it so easy.
That's what they do.
But they want you to understand how hard they're working.
They are working very hard to find people named Tyler.
Yes, yes.
If there is a Tyler out there who plays football, he is going to end up in Dallas.
Man, oh man.
I'm doing a quick search of best players available to see if there are any Tylers near the top of the board today, because if there is, that guy is going to be picked by the Cowboys at 44. I don't know. All right. We'll take your thoughts, Cowboys fans. Dakota text line 512-222-9328. An underwhelming night one for America's team at the draft.
Well, we know one thing, that Cam Ward was not, they weren't coming off of Cam Ward. That was Tennessee they were solid on him, BK. I always think that number one pick, sometimes there's something shaky, something may happen. They weren't coming off of that dude.
I would love to know what offers the Titans got.
No kidding.
At pick number 1. Again, it sounds like Cleveland at 2 and the Giants at 3 were interested in moving up to get Cam Ward, but Tennessee obviously said no. So we'll see if we ever find out what those offers were. Obviously, time will tell if the Titans were right to stick and pick. What did you think? We'll in a second, we'll take a break and get to the Longhorns and where the 3 Texas players ended up. But real quick, your thoughts on the Giants trading back into the first round to get Jackson Dart out of Ole Miss?
I thought that was okay. I think they started to feel good about him as they got closer to the draft. They thought he was more of a threat in a lot of ways than Shedeur. They just thought, this is a solid guy. We got to make a move right now. Getting Carter was, and now they just picked up the 5th-year option on their other defensive end. They're just telling you they want to do some things defensively. I guess there's nothing wrong with having 2 war daddies on the end. That's kind of scary. That's scary for an offense, And
they got Brian Burns, who's one of the better edge rushers in the game.
Yeah, they're going to scare you on the outside. I thought they did okay. I think Jackson Dart became a little bit more valuable to them as time went on. And some people, I just believe too. I hate to think this is a part. Some people just don't want the circus. They don't want the dad son. They don't want to always be on the news that Deion is saying something. Oh, this is how my son should be coached. They're making a mistake the way they're coaching him. If he has a bad game, they just don't want to hear it.
Coach Prime and Kid Prime in New York City.
I know that I think it'd be too. Sometimes it's enough. You want your quarterback. They're already the quarterback in a city like that, and they're already the quarterback. They're going to get all the attention. You don't need the quarterback and the dad getting all the attention.
The crowd in Green Bay was so disappointed when Jackson Dart was the pick, because when the Giants traded with Houston, everyone knew they were taking a quarterback, right? And it was like, oh my God, here it is. Shedeur. And then they announced Jackson Dart, and it's like, you just heard a collective groan.
Oh yeah. From
the 200,000 plus in attendance last night.
I really still think he's a good quarterback. I just think there's some things that he doesn't do great, but there's some things that he can be a really, really good NFL quarterback with the right team that can protect him timing wise, an offensive minded guy. But it seems I don't think they just don't want the baggage. And that's kind of too bad for the kid.
Well, it's we call it with women the hot, crazy matrix, right?
Mm-hmm.
The hotter a woman is, typically the crazier the woman is. And you've got to balance out whether or not it's worth it, right? Oh my God, this chick's so hot. Is she worth all of the craziness though?
Yeah, she always is.
And that's
what I say.
Well, if that's the case, then you would have taken Shedeur Sanders last night.
Sorry, but I'll have to take that chance.
It's like,
I'll
do you
suffer
think,
for it.
like, yeah, some guys, I mean, Travis Hunter may be a little crazy, but he's awesome. So it's like, hey, you take him with the number 2 pick of the draft. You
Heisman
trade up
Trophy
to go
winner,
take
yeah.
that guy. Yeah, there are plenty of examples of whether it's through the draft or through free agency in any sport. A guy might be a little wild. He might have some questions off the field, whether it's character or personality or this, that, and the other. But because you think he's so good that, yeah, you're willing to take him. You're overlooking all that stuff because you think he's hot enough, quote unquote, to make the pick. I guess no one thought Shedeur Sanders was a hot enough chick to take him to deal with all of the
And
craziness.
that guy had not had any problems off the field.
Yeah,
I mean,
he's just
around
crazy.
him.
Yeah, it's not like he
Yeah.
gets arrested or anything.
No,
It's just
teammates around him don't like the way, he probably treated other team when they first got there. And then dad is the head coach. He got all kinds of let's take his jersey and retire it after 2 years. Really? I mean, things like that. Some teams just don't want the headache to be the quarterback. That's why you don't have to worry about Aaron Rodgers in Pittsburgh because their head coach is used to winning and that's not happening.
Come on, the Steelers didn't draft a quarterback last night.
No.
Doesn't that make you think that Rodgers is coming?
No, it ain't happening.
That was my whole thought. It's like, okay, if Pittsburgh takes Dart or Shedeur at 21, then Rodgers told him thanks, but no thanks.
When is Pittsburgh on the clock today? Tonight.
Pittsburgh tonight will pick. They don't have a second-round pick.
Oh, jeez.
So, yeah, just brace yourself, man. Aaron Rodgers in the middle of July will say that he is signing a 1-year contract with the Steelers.
Gosh.
Just get ready for it. I'm trying to prepare you, All right, we'll take your thoughts. We'll get to the Longhorns. 3 of them went last night. We'll talk about their fits and what we expect them to do in their rookie seasons. But before we shift gears, Buck, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, Relax the Bag embraces a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years of proven expertise, and my back couldn't be happier. Their motto is live wellness, and right now you can transform your daily routine by going on over to Relax the Back and getting out of that pain and starting to make your back, your thoracic back, lumbar areas, shoulders, your hips feel a lot better with all the accessories that they have. Tempur-Pedic pillows, mattresses, unbelievable chairs, office chairs, recliners. They've got it all at Relax the Back. Relax the Back has 2 wonderful locations at the Hill Country Galleria right across from Whole Foods. And, of course, in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center right across from Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Speaking of relaxation, pretty good way to relax.
Oh, are you getting creamed this morning early? What is that?
A little cream. This is a root beer, actually.
Oh, the classic root beer.
The classic root beer flavor of Olipop. It's Friday, so of course we're drinking Olipop on the show. Love this stuff. If you guys haven't tried Olipop, what are you doing? You've heard us talk about them for months now. This is the game changer of all game changers. People throw the word generational around a lot this time of year.
Man.
This is a generational invention by Olipop because it's soda that tastes like soda. This tastes just like a root beer, but it's actually good for me, and it will be good for you as well. Ingredients that support great digestive health, 9 grams of fiber in every can. You've got prebiotics and plant fibers and botanicals, all stuff that's going to help your guts. I'm telling you, this is it. This is the one. It's easy to find the next time you're at the store, any grocery store, HEB, Walmart, Costco, Whole Foods, Target, any of those places, wherever you go. Make sure you shop the 19 great flavors of Olipop.
Very nice, man.
Give me a nice sip. Also, shout out to our friends at centextickets.com. I don't have to tell y'all what's going on at the Dish these next 3 days, do I? If you want to be there for the Lone Star Showdown, head over to centextickets.com. They've got plenty of tickets still available for all 3 games, and they are hooking up our audience with a 10% discount. All you have to do is type in the code CENTEX10 at checkout, and you will get 10% off of any ticket purchase, whether it's Texas baseball, concert tickets, Broadway tickets, comedy show tickets. It doesn't matter. 10% off with the promo code CENTEX10 from our great friends at centextickets.com.
Yeah, Cowboys need some Olipop. They need to take a chance. They would just be drinking the vanilla Olipop if they got it. Come on, man.
They're not worthy of Olipop.
Man, oh, man.
Yeah, they're not worthy of something as good as this. All right, the Texas Longhorns, Buck. Again, the Horns making draft history for only the second time in program history. 3 Longhorns go in round 1 of an NFL draft. It started with Kelvin Banks, who went 9th overall to the New Orleans Saints. He was the 3rd tackle off the board, but he did end up going in the top 10. So all of this stuff about Banks falling down draft boards, him not being big enough, him not being good enough, his arms not being long enough, this, that, and the other, all of it was hogwash. Kelvin Banks still ends up going in the top 10.
Yeah, that was a good move by the Saints to get him. I wonder how the Texans were feeling. Oh my goodness, wait, we may have a chance. We may have a chance to get this dude. No, that was good. That was good for him. They were talking about him on the shows as if, dude, they can't believe that they took him with his short arms. And all he did was be a great player for, his entire career at the University of Texas. And then playing in the, the Southeast Conference and doing what he's done. Just amazing that they try to find ways to break you down, because if something goes wrong with you, or you get beat every once in a while, they'll say, "I told you so," with his little miniature dinosaur arms.
He's so short. His arms are so small. He's not big enough.
Oh, no.
He's not long enough. I mean, that was the conversation for the last few months. And
They never said anything. They never said anything about his footwork being great.
Well, yeah, that's my response. That's my response to all those people. Is just turn on the tape. The guy's really freaking good, and he dominated for 3 years of college football, going up against really good competition.
Yes.
Like, at some point, that stuff has to matter. And clearly to the New Orleans Saints, that stuff mattered. Now, it is a little interesting that the Saints took him, because the Saints drafted an offensive lineman in the first round last year. They drafted a left tackle in the first round last year, and Talieise Fuaga, who started at left tackle his rookie season and was pretty good. So I guess that means Kelvin Banks is going to right tackle.
Yeah, they need a right tackle, because that guy could be gone too.
Yeah, Trevor Penning was a first-round pick for the Saints in 2022. He could be gone, I think, after this year, but he's been pretty average. So, look, you don't take a player at 9 overall and tell him to sit on the bench for a season. No. So, Kelvin Banks is going to start. But it is interesting, because New Orleans has spent, again, 2 first-round picks in the last 4 years on other offensive linemen. So, I was a little surprised that Banks went to the team he went to. But again, I think this guy is absolutely worthy of being a top 10 pick. He's just that good.
Yeah, that was all the talk about Shedeur Sanders headed there.
To the Saints?
Pick. Yeah.
Yeah. If the Saints would have traded down last night, I would have thought, all right, they are moving down because they think they can get Shedeur Sanders or Jackson Dart a few picks later, and they just don't want to take him at 9. But I don't know if they feel good enough about Derek Carr and that shoulder issue, or if they're going to take a quarterback today. They just liked Kelvin Banks so much that they wanted to snag him when they were on the clock. I don't know.
That's a good pick for them.
Yeah, I mean, I think Kelvin Banks is going to be a decade-long starter in this league, and a very good one. So you get a guy like that anywhere in the first round, I think you're very satisfied. I think Kelvin Banks is going to be a Pro Bowl caliber player in this league, again, for years to come. Jahdae Barron goes 20th to the Denver Broncos. He was the second cornerback taken. Of course, the first was Travis Hunter, who plays both ways. But Jahdae Barron, the first true corner off the board, he goes to Denver. There's been a Austin to Denver pipeline over these last few years. What do you make of the pick and the fit for him?
They got a salty young defense that's pretty good, and obviously with what's going on with the quarterback position, that I think he went to that's a good spot for him, a good landing spot, and that's good for the Broncos too.
Yeah, I love the pick and I love the fit, right?
Oh, yeah.
By the way, pretty cool moment last night. A high schooler battling cancer got to announce the pick. You had a couple of Make-A-Wish Foundation picks last night, so that was pretty cool that Jahdae Barron was a part of one of them. But, yeah, the Broncos are an up-and-coming team. They made the playoffs in year 1 of the Bo Nix era. Sean Payton's a Super Bowl winning head coach, one of the best in the league. And, yeah, I mean, that defense is really good. Patrick Surtain won Defensive Player of the Year this past season. He is the best cornerback in football. Yep. So that's a pretty cool guy to get to learn from. Now, I think Jahdae Barron's going to be more of a slot guy there, but we obviously know his versatility. He won the Thorpe as an outside corner at Texas. So if you want to put him opposite of Pat Surtain or line him up in the slot, that is a great guy to play next to. And it also means that Jahdae Barron's not going to be going up against a bunch of number one wide receivers, probably, yes, which should make him look even better. Not that I don't think he could handle his own against some of the best receivers in the game. But yeah, a great young defense, a team on the rise, a fun organization to go to. That's great value for the Broncos, too.
I think so.
Like Daniel Jeremiah had Jahdae Barron as his 10th best player in the draft. So to get him at pick 20, that feels like a big win for them, too, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. I like to pick, like I said, I like their defense. They play an aggressive style. They've got a guy who's very smart. Got a guy who will be around the football. You know, they've already got a great corner. So this works out really well for that organization.
And you think about
him, and for him to go to a team like that.
Oh, agreed. And that's the beauty of quote unquote falling a little bit in the draft.
Yes.
Right. Again, the Broncos were good last year. They had a rookie quarterback and they made the playoffs. So that it's better to go to a team like that in an organization like that clearly has a bright future versus, going somewhere like Cleveland or Carolina or Vegas where it just feels like they're stuck in the mud every single year.
Yep.
So the paycheck might not be as big, but Jahdae will still be compensated pretty handsomely. And I think he's got a chance to look really good and ultimately earn himself a pretty big second contract down the road. And boy, it's a tough division. You see why Denver goes secondary, because you got Mahomes and you got Justin Herbert in there. Do I throw Geno Smith in too?
Yeah, I mean, he's had some success. Yeah.
He's the third quarterback. So obviously elite quarterback play with Mahomes, pretty close to elite play with Herbert. And yeah, Geno Smith is solid. So understand why you would bolster your secondary having to go up against those guys twice a year.
Yeah, I like the pick. As I said, I like the organization that he's going to. That should be fun for him.
It should be. And then last but not least, the third and final Longhorn off the board in round one. We touched on it a little bit earlier. Matthew Golden going 23rd to the home team, the Green Bay Packers. Again, the first receiver the Packers took in the first round since 2002.
That had to be so exciting for him to hear that right where he was there.
The crowd went nuts.
Yes.
And what a great fit for Matthew Golden. All right, speaking of good teams with young quarterbacks and great coaches.
You hated that. How are you going to root for them?
I'm not.
Sorry, Matthew.
You're public enemy number one this morning. Yesterday, I loved you, but today, no love lost.
He could have been with your Cowboys. How about that?
He was only in Texas. He was only at Texas for 1 year.
Yeah, I can't wait till you have that offensive guards jersey, that Bama jersey on, walking around. That's really going to be cool.
Oh, yeah. You think I'm going to buy a Tyler Booker jersey?
Yeah, can't wait to have that Booker jersey on.
Oh, how about a Booger jersey instead?
Good God.
Yeah, that would have been way more fun if Matthew Golden ended up in Dallas.
Oh, Nick Saban was excited about that pick.
Oh, of course he was. I mean, that's great value for Golden. Again, people thought he was going to go to Dallas at 12. I was pretty surprised that he was still there for Green Bay at 23. He was one of the biggest fallers of night one. But again, the benefit to falling, you go to a great team and a great organization. Yes. And that's what Green Bay is. So I hate it. I hate the pick because I hate the Packers, and I think Golden is good, and I don't want good players on the Packers.
There you go.
But what a special moment for him. And I will say this. I do respect Matthew Golden for not being a communist, because after he got picked, he walked on the stage. He was pumping up the crowd. He did his interview with Jamie Erdahl of NFL Network and did his thing with ESPN as well. Then he went back up to the mic that Roger Goodell was using all night to address the crowd. And instead of the "Go Pack Go" chant, he said "Green Bay on 3, 1, 2, 3, Green Bay," which shows me that he is not a Packers fan, or at least was not a Packers fan.
That's true.
And I respect anybody who's not a Packers fan.
No "Go Pack Go"?
No. Yeah, if he liked the Packers or knew anything about the Packers, he would have dropped the "Go Pack Go," and that fan base would have loved him for that. Instead, he just gives "Let's go Green Bay on 3." So thank you, Matthew Golden, for that. But awesome moment for him. What a suit he was wearing last night. What'd you think of that?
Clean, yeah.
Could you pull something like that off?
No.
Would you ever try?
No.
Okay.
There were some outfits last night. That pink that Hunter had on, Come on there. Where's your Easter basket at, Travis? Did you bring that with you?
Yeah, Easter was on
Duval.
Sunday.
Huh?
Duval.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, the pink suit is an interesting play.
No, it's not.
No, speaking of Duval, hold on.
Duval.
Wow.
Let's not forget the most awkward press conference moment of all time when Jags coach Liam Cohen gave us that beauty a couple months ago. You got to tell me, and look, I don't consider myself a fashionista. Is there a guy version of that? Are we fashionistas if we're fashion people?
Fashionista bros.
Fashionista bros. I like that there. You got to help me understand the Corey Hart sunglasses at night bit. Like maybe these guys are like stoned and they don't want people to see their eyes.
That could
it?
be it, too. That could be it, too.
And maybe it's a fashion piece, but like, what
It's
are you
a
doing
chronic
wearing?
thing. They don't want to see
My
the bloodshot red eyes.
Maybe my future's so bright I got to wear shades. Is it that?
No, this chronic has crushed my eyes. I don't have enough Visine for this.
So to say, what about the eye drops, man? Like that's not a shot at Matthew Golden. He wasn't the only guy doing that last night. It happens every year. I can't. These drafts happen at night every year. I don't understand why you're rocking sunglasses the entire time. But
The Ginty had diamonds in his shoes and his.
Yeah, I'd rather be wearing sunglasses at night than wear Crocs.
Diamonds on the soles of their shoes. Really?
Yeah, he was going socks and Crocs with like bedazzled diamonds on top.
Really? Come on, man.
That's a pretty unique.
That's not a
look
thing. It's not going to be a thing.
I always wonder, like, do these guys look back, 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road, maybe 30 years down the road when their careers are long done?
Oh, yeah. Their kids looked down the road and said, "You dressed up like this, Dad? Really?"
They're like, yeah, why did I do that?
Yeah.
And also, oh my God, you think of the old NBA draft suits. And remember TJ Ford, like LeBron.
Yeah.
LeBron's draft suit is 8 sizes too big. Like that was for some reason the style. I feel like for that year and for that year alone, it's like these guys are wearing just the baggiest suits of all time. And you look back at those
Steve
pictures.
Harvey.
Yeah, and you're like, what in the hell were you thinking?
Yeah, they put a lot of effort. They put an incredible amount of effort into that. Shador was at home with everybody around, just bumming out. That dude was bumming out. His dad was bumming too.
Yeah.
And that dad's gonna have a lot to say.
Yep.
Which
Oh yeah.
I'd be like to my father, please don't say anything. Please just go coach Colorado now. I'm not there anymore. You're still the head coach of Colorado. Please let me just be now.
Yeah, and Shador had that big draft party, and apparently he addressed the party at the end of the night, just thanked everybody for coming out. And look, it all, and Daniel Jeremiah at the end of the NFL Network draft coverage last night, like said it perfectly. Or actually, I think it was Joel Klatt who said it perfectly. It's like, man, Jalen Hurts, Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady, Nick Foles,
absolutely,
Russell Wilson. None of those guys were drafted where they thought they were going to get drafted, and they all ended up winning Super Bowls and Super Bowl MVPs.
Yeah, it's about your career.
Yeah, it's not about when you go, it's about where you go. Now, if Shador ends up in Cleveland tonight, then because that's going to suck for when he goes because he didn't get that first round money, and that's going to suck for where he goes. But if Shador Sanders ends up going to, I don't know how far he could fall, but if he goes to a better organization, then it could pay serious dividends down the road.
Sure.
So it might work out well for him. But yeah, obviously he was disappointed last.
Don't say the word Cleveland because it won't happen there.
Yeah, I know. Like anybody else but Cleveland, and then Houston's picking next. They're not taking a quarterback. Tennessee.
He'll be like Ginty in 2 years. We want to know what's his next team going to be.
Yeah, who knows? All right, we'll shift gears here. I see our guest waiting. Before we get to NFL draft analyst Russell Brown, let's give a few more sponsor shout-outs, Buck.
Say hello to our friends over at 34 Wine and Spirits, 4601 Southwest Parkway for all your alcohol needs. They are a wholesale distributor, so if you're having that big party night number 2 in the NFL draft, call on them. Give them a call today. They can get it shipped to you. As I said, they're wholesale distributors, but they do have a wonderful shop right there at 4601 Southwest Parkway, right at the corner there, and they can take care of all your needs, like all your Allstat beer. You got any Allstat left from last night?
I need
After
to
the
restock.
After the Cowboys pick, do you have anything left?
Yeah, I need to restock on the Altstadt beer selection after the Cowboys went another offensive lineman in the first round. So
Yeah.
I can't wait for them to take a tackle and a defensive tackle with their 2 picks today. It's going to be great. But love the Altstadt beer. It's the only beer I drink, and what a great sports weekend it is. Obviously, 2 more days of the draft. You've got the NBA playoffs. You've got the Stanley Cup playoffs. You've got Major League Baseball. And, of course, Texas versus Texas A&M. So if you're going to be tailgating out at the Dish this weekend, or if you're just going to be staying at home watching, or maybe you're hitting the bars around town, make sure you're ordering Altstadt beer. The best beer that there is, brewed in Fredericksburg, but available all across the great state of Texas. This stuff is growing like crazy with damn good reason. It is a damn good beer, and they've got a bunch of different brews too. Something for everybody out there. Of course, whatever you have going on, please remember to drink Altstadt responsibly. Plan a sober ride home, but your good times are made better with the great beer, and there is no better beer than Altstadt beer. No impurities, no regrets. All right. I love these draft guys, man. We've had a couple of them on this week, and they all show up early. I don't know what it is about these guys. And this guy is also a coach too, Buck, like you. So he knows the importance of being on time.
That's right.
Love this guy. I've heard a few of his interviews over the last couple of weeks. He's a great follow on Twitter. You can find him at Russ NFL Draft. He is a draft analyst for Fantasy Pros and Betting Pros, and he's kind enough to join us this morning to recap round 1 and preview days 2 and 3 of the NFL draft. Russell Brown with us now on Bucky and BK. Russell, thanks so much for the time, man. How are you this morning?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
We're doing fantastic, man. A lot of fun last night. A lot of really, to start out the draft, obviously the number 2 pick was incredible. I think we all were sold on number 1. They sold me on number 1. I the whole time I just said from the last month, it's nothing else is going to happen. Cam Ward is the guy, nothing else. There's not going to be any surprises. Don't expect some crazy thing to happen at the number 1 pick. And it happened. But the number 2 pick, Russ, that was extremely surprising to me what went on with Jacksonville and the Cleveland Browns.
I mean, we all knew Travis Hunter was going too. And at the Senior Bowl, I had heard that the Cleveland Browns were so high on Travis Hunter. And I don't know if that was just kind of something to make teams convinced that they were going to take him and they'll do whatever they need to make a trade happen. But to see Jacksonville move up, I mean, not saying it's a risky move. It's just a wild move for a new GM, a new head coach. But kudos to them to go get their guy. And I don't know why the Browns would trade out of that spot and not take Travis Hunter. I mean, this is a guy that we've all thought is a generational player. I thought he was the best player in the draft. But Jacksonville goes and gets their guy, and he's going to play wide receiver for them to start and then go play defense. I figured they would have played him on defense first and then package him in on the offense because if I'm going to have a guy play 100 snaps a game, I would much rather have him play on defense where he can take maybe half the field, or if we're playing, cover 4, he can play an outside quarters coverage, or if we play, cover 3, he can play an outside third, and whatever we're doing, or if we're playing man, he can man that guy up, and then I can swing him into the offense. Because let's be honest, if he plays 100 snaps on offense, he's not touching the ball 100 times, right? Like he's only gonna get 5 or 6 catches. So he can limit the opposition and it still make things happen offensively. But still, good move for Jacksonville. A little bit of a head scratch for Cleveland.
Russell, your thoughts on the Cowboys pick at 12? It's the 5th year in a row the Cowboys take a lineman. It's the 3rd time in the last 4 years they've drafted an offensive lineman named Tyler. With what was there available at pick 12, do you agree with what the Cowboys did? And what are your thoughts on Tyler Booker out of Alabama?
Well, I know it's not sexy, but I love offensive line play. Part of that is probably because I'm an offensive line and tight end coach. But I look at Tyler Booker. I thought he was one of the safest picks in this draft. He was 21st on my board, and there's just so much to like with 6'5", 321 pounds, 34.5-inch arms. He works well in a phone booth. He's faster than you think. He can get out in space. The stuff that he does on short pulls and long pulls, he can get out there. He can wrap. But the things that he said at the combine, right? Like he wants to just take the love of the game away from the opposition. This is a guy that just kind of fits. And again, I know it's a reach because it's a quote unquote guard. And it was a head scratcher because they needed a pass catcher. There was a lot of thought of like Tat McMillan. Well, he was gone. Maybe they weren't sold on Matthew Golden. Not necessarily sure how that goes. But it's a fine fit. You knew you needed a guard. You have to keep Dak upright. What was the biggest problem last year? Dak couldn't play because he got hurt. You got to keep him upright. So you get a guy that can do so many things in the run game, and he's a strong pass protector. He keeps his eyes up. He's very spatially aware in TE stunts and blitzes. So I'm fine with Tyler Booker all day long.
I was excited because I thought the Cowboys may take the tight end from Penn State there, sell some tickets, help the offense.
Yeah,
because they keep getting these sluggos from Michigan at tight end that are, these Big Ten guys that, they're run blockers. They don't do much in the passing game. But I thought they had a chance for a player that could do an awful lot, plus sell the tickets and the jerseys for him. And Jerry would have given us something special. I thought they would take an offensive lineman. They've had such success with offensive linemen, but my goodness, that high, I thought, wait a while. He'll still be around about 3 or 4 more picks. Get him then. Or wait till second round and get 2 of them. Get one in the second, get one in the third. There'll be a bunch of guys still hanging around. They're pretty good because your organization has done a great job with offensive linemen. So, but don't waste one on a pick like that. They needed to do something for their fans, I thought, and they needed to do something for their team. And CeeDee Lamb needs some help.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I think maybe the only reason why they forced their hand a little bit was just the run of offensive linemen that were coming. I mean, we saw Josh Connerly go last night. Josh Simmons went last night. Donovan Jackson went. And that was kind of the thought that the tackles were going to start going. And Booker obviously is going to be a guard, but he was the best guard, the best pure guard. But if they're looking at a pass catcher tonight, I mean, they're going to have a couple of different options. Luther Burden is one that I would keep tabs on. I think he would complement CeeDee Lamb really well. His burst after the catch is fantastic. Yes. And his combine workout doesn't get talked about enough. I don't care about really how fast the guy's running. I like seeing the body control when they're running down a line and how they just explode after the catch. That's what was so impressive about Matthew Golden, right? Like he'll run a quick pitch and then just turn and go. But with Luther Burden, he can do that as well and so much more. And it's not his fault that he got deployed poorly in that Missouri offense. I mean, they're running full house and he's in the backfield. I don't know what they're doing down there, but he would be a fine fit today if they wanted to go that route. Jalen Knoll, who's one of my favorite players in this draft, if they went that route, he kind of reminds me of Amon-Ra St. Brown. Maybe not as strong or as physically gifted as him at times, but man, can he move, and his burst after the catch is really impressive, and he can track the football. So they're going to have some options at pass catchers, and I think maybe that's what they were showing last night is that the run of the lineman's going to go. We got to get our guy now.
Yeah. NFL draft analyst Russell Brown joining us here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. One more Cowboys question, Russ. Yeah. What about running back, right? I mean, a lot of people thought if Genty fell to 12, he'd be the pick. He obviously didn't come close to falling that far. But only 2 tailbacks off the board last night. Who are some of the top guys that you think the Cowboys could be interested in either their second or third round picks this year?
Well, Travion Henderson will certainly be a guy that probably will go early tonight, I would have to assume. There was a lot of buzz and chatter around the Broncos wanting him possibly at 20. Even some of my Broncos guys had told me, like, yeah, this is probably going to be the guy they end up going with. And they obviously went with Jody Barron. Maybe they were thinking Travion Henderson because they didn't think Barron was going to be there. Similar to like the Lions last year when they traded up with Dallas to go get Tyrion Arnold. They didn't think he was going to be that far. So that makes a lot of sense if they go with Travion Henderson. I'm not sure if they would move up to go get him, but he's the best pass protecting back in this class. But there's a lot of burst with him in the open field. He can catch passes out of the backfield. He can get north and south in a hurry. If they don't go that route, I would be really intrigued with like Caleb Johnson out of Iowa. I love him in a zone scheme. I like that he can bend and break some of those runs. His burst, I think, through the second level and through the hole is really impressive. That's why he was my RB2 through this process. I know he's only got the 4.57 speed, but that burst is legit. It's home run threatening ability. So if they wanted to go with Caleb Johnson, I think that would be great. And then just one more name for people. If we took it back maybe to the third round, one of my favorite players is out of Auburn, Jarquez Hunter. He's no nonsense, no gloves, upright runner, but he's bringing the boom, man. Like he just goes through you. I think he's a 3-down back at the next level. He can pick up blitzes. He's good on those swing screens that they ran this past year at Auburn. So there's a lot to like there. So it's a great running back class, and I think the Cowboys recognize that.
Russ, what about Shedeur Sanders? Your thoughts on tonight and how quick he'll go? Because I just don't think is it the first round does this come down to his ability, his athletic ability, because his arm strength and his mind seemed to be there. And in the right system offensively, I thought he was going to be fantastic. Is it part of the circus with just the dad and everything? Some people just don't want the circus around the quarterback. They're already a circus unto themselves. You know what I'm saying? The quarterback position. And they don't need the dad commenting every week, where even he's the head coach of Colorado, that they didn't use my son right this week against. Is that a part of it? Do you think?
I think it is. I think, when you watch the sidelines of a Colorado game, it's like this entourage of 16, 20 people behind him as he's taking this interview with Fox Sports or something like that.
Yeah.
And I get it. You got your people that support you. I'm all for it. I love having a close group and people that are behind you. But at the same time, if you're going to New York, let's say the Giants, the limelight is there. That's a tough place to win. You can't have the entourage behind you 24/7 when you're walking into WFAN, the Fan in New York, to do an interview. You got to go in there on your own and your head on your shoulders. I think a lot of it was media driven this offseason with him through this process, right? Like, just certain people didn't like his game, and that's fine. Or maybe they don't like Dion. But at the same time, I'm with you. I think there's a lot with what's coming with him. And is he going to be riding solo through this thing? Or are we going to have to manage Shador, Dion, the brothers, whoever else he's got, because I know he's got Shiloh and a couple, Dion Jr. and things like that. So who are we managing here? Are we getting the quarterback or are we getting everybody? But I think tonight's going to be really interesting for him. I would have to assume Cleveland will think about it at 33, maybe Las Vegas at 37, but they did bring in Geno, and I think they want to have that confidence with him. And outside of that, does he pass New Orleans at 40? They don't have a quarterback. They need one. He would play in a dome. I think that would be better for him a little bit, so he doesn't have to worry about the weather elements. I know some people brought that up. Can he withstand that? He played at Colorado. It's not always warm there.
Yeah, really.
So I think he'll be fine no matter where he plays, but people bring that up. And I think Kellen Moore would do a great job with him. And that's the biggest thing, right? Where's the fit that he can go? If he plays for Kevin Stefanski in Cleveland, it's a great fit. He's going to be doing a lot of play action stuff. He's got a good offensive line. He goes to New Orleans. They just drafted a tackle last year and this year with Calvin Banks. So at least you can build around it. So I think he's got a better landing spot tonight. Look at Geno Smith. He was a 39th overall pick back in 2013. He turned out okay. It took him a while to figure it out, but he turned out okay. Hopefully the same for Shador.
NFL draft expert Russell Brown joining us here on Bucky and BK. All right, Russell, we'll give you the floor here. Give me your 3 favorite picks from night 1 of the NFL draft.
Well, starting at the top, one of my favorite players through the process was Emeka Egbuka from Ohio State. And I say that because 2 years ago, watching Chris Olave and stuff, I was not a big Egbuka guy. He didn't move the needle for me. And I'm like, man, he's going to have to do a lot to win me over. And then watched him last year and I was like, whatever. And then this year, he really put it all together. He goes to Tampa. That is a great insurance policy for Chris Godwin. Mike Evans on the back end of his career. I love the fit with Baker Mayfield. He's going to win in the short and intermediate areas of the field consistently. He's going to be open all the time. I love that fit in Tampa. I really like what Denver's doing. I know they wanted to get a running back, but we mentioned Dallas with the deep running back class. They go get a guy like Jahdae Barron who can play in multiple spots. He can play, as that third safety. He can play as that, split safety, single high safety. He can play outside corner. He can play the nickel. There's so much to love with his game. And you put him in there with Patrick Surtain. I love what they've done this off season in Denver. Hufanga, the safety, Dre Greenlaw, the linebacker. Now they bring in Barron. There's so much to like there. And then just looking down the list, it's hard to pick 3 because I like so many picks, and we haven't seen these guys play yet.
Sure.
But the other one, I guess I would have to say I like what the Giants are doing, right? Like Jackson Dart, you go and get your quarterback. You have Abdul Carter. You're building an identity on offense. You got your quarterback now for the future. Now you might be able to win some football games, and you got a direction of what you're going. It felt for like the last couple of years, you had no idea what the Giants were doing. It didn't seem like they knew what they were doing. So I think getting 2 picks there, I know you traded some assets, but the Giants make a lot of sense. I could go on for probably just about every pick.
Sure.
Because I like what the Lions did. I like what the Eagles did with Jahad Campbell. There's so much I like with this draft.
Russ, I don't like what Chicago did. They took another tight end. Is this they take tight ends like the Cowboys take offensive linemen? It's like every year they're going to take a kid at tight end. How many tight ends do they need? They need some help at wide receiver and offensive line. Why are they messing around with another tight end? They've got like 5 tight ends in their program. And over the last 5 or 6 years, they've had like 6 or 7 guys that play tight end for them. And they've got a young quarterback that that needs help, but he doesn't need any more tight end help.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they had Cole Kmet. I don't know if Ben Johnson just wanted his guy, maybe his version of Sam Laporta and what he envisions. Maybe he wants more of like that move tight end. I don't know if
that's what he is. Yes.
Yeah. Maybe Cole Kmet just doesn't move the needle the way that, Loveland would have, because I would have thought they would have taken Tyler Warren. You think of the creativity with Ben Johnson. You're getting the Wildcat stuff with Warren.
Absolutely.
I think he's a better inline blocker, but I'm not discrediting Loveland. But I think he just wanted that guy that can move in the slot, play in line, motion around the formation. You can glide motion them and do a bunch of different things. So I think that's really ultimately what he was looking for. But I'm with you. Why they didn't go the direction of an offensive tackle? Maybe just because the run of the tackles went and they just went with the next player of the board. But they also needed a defensive end too, right? Like I thought Michael Williams would have been a no-brainer for them. You set the edge, set the run. You're playing against the Lions twice a year, the Packers twice a year. You got to beat the run a little bit. So I thought they would go that route, but we'll see if it works out for him.
Russell Brown joining us here on TSU. A few more for you here, Russell. Appreciate your time this morning. This might be the hardest question. No, this will be the hardest question we ask you today. Would love your eval on Quinn Ewers and any sort of guess on where you think he's going to go over these next couple of days.
I put him in that 4th, 5th round range for me. A lot of it was just simply because I felt like some of the velocity and touch on his passes really dropped this past year. I'm guessing he dealt with some injuries, just judging by the way the body language and the way some of the passes came off the ball or off the arm, off the hand. But there's a lot to like with the way he can play in the structure of an offense. I don't know if he's going to be a guy that's going to constantly go out of structure and create a bunch of big plays. But when he does, it feels like every single time he gets out in space, whether it's in the open field or towards the sideline, outside the pocket, I feel like he's always taking unnecessary shots. So he's got to find ways to keep himself clean and just find ways to deliver with a little bit more touch. But if he can find an offense that is focused on rhythm and timing for the quarterback, not like the freelance stuff that we see with Pat Mahomes and some of the Josh Allen stuff, if he can work with some play action stuff. I mean, I look at Cleveland, right? Kevin Stefanski. If he can go in, maybe he works behind Joe Flacco for a little bit. Maybe they go and get Kirk Cousins. Don't know. But you bring him into a place like that, that might end up working out for him just simply because I think the structure of the offense will be built better around his skill set rather than more of like a vertical passing offense where he's got to throw it 30, 40 times a game downfield.
Well, let me ask you this about Cam Ward. Would he have been your first guy? Would he have been your first quarterback when you look at all the quarterbacks that are out there? They got numbers are out there. It's just how good were they? Is Cam Ward that good?
I mean, the potential is through the roof with him. I get why they took him. I think if there was any quarterback that like has the highest ceiling, I think he is that guy. But I didn't love this quarterback class. I was adamant about it through the entire process. I mean, Shador was my QB1, but he was my 22nd overall player. Cam Ward was my 25th overall player. So I wasn't sold on these guys. I had everybody with a 2nd round grade and below at that quarterback position. Jackson Dart was like 38th on my board, 36th on my board, somewhere like that. So I wasn't sold on these guys at all because none of them really did a bunch of things well collectively. Like they might have a big arm, but then they hold onto the ball for too long, or they deliver a great pass over the middle of the field, but then they get hit a bunch, or they lack mobility, whatever the case may be. So there's a lot of boxes that these guys just didn't check consistently through the process. But with Cam, I get it because he has a big arm and he's a guy that if you can get him to throw with some better touch and not hold onto the ball for so long, there's going to be a lot of positive results. So he's got to, time up the processing speed a little bit and speed that process up for himself. My biggest thing I think was just with the Miami offense. They were foot to foot splits and it was like they built a brick wall in front of him and waited for everything to collapse. And he finally would go around and then make a decision. And like I had troubles with evaluating that because I know in the NFL you're not getting that. So
you got to step up in the pocket.
Yeah. So I just wonder how that's going to be for him at the NFL. I think that's going to be a little bit of an adjustment, but I give the Titans credit and kudos to them for acknowledging that Will Levis was not the guy. They knew that they made a mistake with him, and a lot of teams would have not bit the bullet after 1 year. They would have stretched that out for another 2-3 years. Guys would have been losing jobs. Now they swing for the fences again, and it might work out because some people say this guy could be a superstar in the making. We'll see. I could be wrong completely about my entire evaluation. He might be the best player in this draft.
All right, Russ, who takes the chance on Milroe? Who's going to step out and go ahead and take that chance?
Yeah, I think Cleveland makes a lot of sense. I really think New Orleans makes a lot of sense. If I look at those two teams, I think he's going early tonight. I thought, through the process, I heard some chatter that he is going to go sooner than anybody thinks. I'll let everybody put him in like that 3rd round bucket. A lot of people think he's going to go sooner because of the character. Like, he comes from a military background. He carries himself really well. He won the academic Heisman in the FBS. And he's a player that, scouts, when I spoke to them down at the Senior Bowl and just through this process, they told me when he walks in the room, he changes the room in a positive way. Like, the room shifts because he's got that kind of that aura, I guess, about it, So I think, he's a weapon with the football in his hands. There's no denying that. Put on that LSU tape. You'll see it. I mean, he just makes guys miss he makes every defender regret every poor angle they ever have taken in their life. And I look at Cleveland at 33 simply because Tommy Rees, the offensive coordinator there, coached him in 2023 at Alabama. Okay. And that was the best passing season for Jalen Milroe. So I think there's a connection there. You get him in the AFC North. Now you got Lamar versus Milroe. A lot of fun stuff that's going to be happening there. But then I look at the Saints, Kellen Moore. I'm not saying, this is Jalen Hurts, because Kellen Moore didn't draft Jalen Hurts. He wasn't there. He was in Dallas. But he was able to make it work with Jalen Hurts this past year. I think you put him in New Orleans. I think it works out. I talked about it with Shador, right? Like, you put him there. He's got an offensive line that's getting revamped. Right. Same thing with Milroe. He's got 2 bookend tackles now. A lot of positives I think can happen with that offense with Jalen Milroe. So I think he's going to go early tonight, and I think he might end up being a little bit better than people think if he can figure out how to throw with a little bit more touch, because he's all velocity all the time.
Yeah. Well said. I like that answer. Russell Brown, NFL draft analyst, joining us here on Bucky and BK. Last one for me, Russell. We asked you about the Cowboys. Now I got to ask you about the other Texas team, the Houston Texans. Obviously, they trade out of the 1st round with the Giants. The Giants take Jackson Dart. The Texans need offensive linemen. Josh Connerly was there. Josh Simmons was there at 25. Now neither of those guys are there. They both went at the end of the 1st round last night. Some offensive linemen, and look, the Texans have 5 picks today. So what direction do you think they should, and what direction do you think they will go today?
Well, I definitely think they're going to go with some offensive linemen for sure. I mean, they're kind of doing it to themselves by trading away their best one, but I get it. I think Ariante Ursary from Minnesota will make a lot of sense for them. That's my next highest rated offensive tackle on the board. I thought he was pretty steady when watching him. He ended up being my 40th ranked player. Bit of a waist bender, but he's stronger than I thought he was. I mean, he moved guys really well, kind of that mauling style. I think he can play the left side or the right side. I certainly think he's a tackle. He's got plenty enough foot speed. And I thought what impressed me the most with him was the way he transitioned his weight from his post foot to his set foot. He did a really good job with that. He didn't get beat when defenders were crossing his face all the time. So that's important when you're dealing with line stunts and blitzes and guys that are just on the move. I look at wide receiver, though. If Luther Burden is there, I think that makes a lot of sense. I've talked about him, but they need to go get another pass catcher, because I don't know if Tank Dell's going to play, maybe if ever again. I mean, we don't know what Tank Dell's going to be, but you're probably not going to have him for this season. So go get yourself a pass catcher. And if that's Luther Burden, I think he would complement Nico Collins really well in that offense. If they went the interior offensive line route, right? I mean, the kid from Arizona, I'm not going to be able to pronounce his name, Jonas Saviani. He played left tackle, kind of similar to Ursary, a bit of a waist bender. Some people view him as a guard, but I think in a phone booth, he can lock it down. I mean, he's going to make guys he's going to man them up. He's not going to have to worry about getting out in space constantly. And if he did, that's fine, because he can move. I mean, he moves really well laterally. So I think I would be okay with that pick. Other than that, Purdue offensive tackle Marcus Embo would be the next player for me. He was my 60th ranked player, and this is a guy that some view as a guard. He did some center stuff down at the Senior Bowl, but he played at right tackle for Purdue. Really good, just bender, very flexible, flexible lower half. This was a player that played in a really bad offense. I mean, if you watch that Purdue offense, it's brutal to watch. So it's really tough to evaluate him because everything is broken structure, broken plays. But I would keep tabs on him. He's probably going to go a little bit sooner. If they got 5 picks tonight, I would have to assume they'd spend it on a player like that.
Russ, my last thing, the measurables on Kelvin Banks were, is that what kind of hurt him? I mean, he's still got, I mean, he's number 9 pick. I mean, nothing really hurt him, but all the talk and scuttlebutt about short arms, were people just not watching tape of him, and the measurables really got to some folks about that arm length? I mean, dinosaur arms. I mean, they weren't like little stubby arms. Dude,
Yeah.
when he got on you, he got on you. And I know at the next level, the speed guys outside will, take that arm and try to swim it over the top. But that guy was a lot better than the way they break you down. I understand that part of
Yeah.
it. But damn, they were trying to break this dude down to like a 3rd-round pick almost, the way they talked about him.
I know. I don't get what some of these people see when they're watching tape. I think they kind of tell on themselves a little bit. They're so eager to take a player that's never played guard and move them inside to play guard. It's not that easy to do. I mean, it's not. You got to change everything with your footwork.
Sure.
If you're moving from the left side to the right side, everything changes with your post foot and your set foot and those types of things. But I loved Kelvin Banks through this process. I thought he was a steady Eddie guy that when you watch the film, he was a smooth operator. He was, always under control. I thought he played square. He was quick and athletic enough to get out in space. He could wrap, he could pull. You saw him set up screens at times.
Oh yeah.
We're talking about a player that had 42 starts at tackle. I mean, this is a fine fit for anybody. And I know 33.5-inch arms isn't, that's nothing. That's longer than Will Campbell. So I don't necessarily know what we're looking at. And it's not always about arm length, right? It's about footwork and how do you move laterally sometimes. And I thought he did a fine job with that. So,
yeah. I think the word smooth operator, they don't want to hear that about their left tackle. They want to hear killer dog.
Yeah.
People want to hear that they're, sometimes they get out of control, but they maul a guy. But I think that's perfectly the way you put it. He is a smooth operator. He knows how to, if you want to go that way, he'll take you that way.
Yeah.
If you want to try to bull rush him, he'll take on your power. I like the way he played. I just thought that they were trying to find some really, once again, the guy got picked 9th. I mean, but they were trying to find ways to make that guy like a 2nd-round pick or something.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, and we're talking about a guy that's 21 years old, will be 21 years old, at some point this year. And he's got it together. I mean, he's got a fiance, he's got a daughter or a kid, so he's got everything off the field figured out. I don't think you got to worry about this guy. You don't got to be up at night thinking, oh, what's he going to do? He's going to go to football. He's going to clock in. He's going to leave. He's going to go home to his family. That's what it seems like with Kelvin Banks.
Yeah.
And again, you're getting an experienced player in the SEC. So I don't know what else you could ask for a guy. He kind of reminds me a little bit of Rashawn Slater when he was coming out. Just
there you go.
Smooth operator, man. What's that song? Smooth operator. Bring him in, and I think New Orleans made a fine fit by drafting him.
Awesome. Great stuff, Russell. Really appreciate your time this morning. We know this is the busiest time of the year for you. So thanks so much for carving out a few minutes for us. Keep up the great work. And thanks again for joining us.
Thanks, man.
Thanks, guys. We'll talk to you.
All right, there he goes, Russell Brown. Y'all follow him on Twitter at Russ NFL Draft. Does a great job previewing and recapping the NFL Draft every single year. Does some work with fantasy pros and betting pros as well. Good stuff. Good question about Kelvin Banks and some good breakdown there from Russell Brown.
Yeah, it was. I just thought that they were just trying to find. Yeah, I mean, as he said, it's tough when a guy has to move from what he's been doing. And they want to make your guard. Oh, I think he'll make a great guard. I don't know about tackle because of his arm length, but he can make a fantastic guard. Well, that's a different position. It's not the same. There's a damn crowd in there.
Yeah, tell Mel Kiper to shove it because I think he was the loudest doubter of Kelvin Banks in these last few months. And he was ripping the Saints for making that pick last night. Apparently, I was watching the NFL Network. I'm an NFL Network over ESPN guy with the draft these days. But we've had a few comments this morning, and I saw it on Twitter last night that, Mel Kiper was not a huge fan of the Kelvin Banks selection. And I think Mel Kiper is going to be proven wrong once again. Because I think Banks is a star at the next level.
But I'll tell you what, Burton, I mean, he's still hanging around from Missouri. Boy, he's explosive, BK.
the Cowboys are going to have some options here, man. Like, there are some very good running backs that are still there, and there are some very good wide receivers that are still there.
And so are the Texans for a guy like Burton, too. You're right.
We'll never know. We'll obviously never know. So I feel like I could say this statement without any backlash. If Luther Burden III played at Texas in Steve Sarkisian's offense,
Wow.
he would have been a top 15 pick in this draft. But
Yes.
Mizzou's offense is so average and weird, and Brady Cook is just average at quarterback. Like, that offense was not set up for Luther Burden to succeed. But that guy was a 5-star, one of the top receivers in the country coming out of high school. He's only 6 feet,
fantastic.
but he's 208. Like, he's thick, he's built, he's fast, he's got great hands.
He was like a running back playing wide receiver.
Yeah, and he's got explosive downplay ability too, or downfield ability too.
Yep.
So, I think he's a stud. I think Trey Harris out of Ole Miss is going to be really good. Iowa State has a couple of guys that'll get drafted pretty high today. Like, there are plenty of wide receivers that will make it to pick 44 if that's the direction the Dallas Cowboys decide they want to go. I think it's the direction they should go.
Yeah.
And then running backs too, like Russell said. You've got both Buckeyes there. Caleb Johnson out of Iowa. Don't sleep on him. Cam Scatterboo is going to go somewhere tonight.
Yes.
Could he be the pick for the Dallas Cowboys? And then Jaden Blue. We'll obviously see if Jaden Blue ends up going at some point in day 2 or if he ends up going tomorrow. But a lot of talented players still available. And that's why the Texans, I love what the Texans did last night. Again, they missed out on the chance to draft Josh Connerly or Josh Simmons, 2 offensive tackles who I think can be very, very good at the next level. But you've got 5 picks today, and they're all in the top 100. So you've got a chance to get a couple of offensive linemen, maybe get a couple of receivers, and add a defensive player too. The Texans have plenty of ammunition to work with, or if they want to trade up a little bit today to get somebody they really like, they now have the ammo to make that happen as well. So trading out of the first round is always a little depressing because you wait a long time in hopes that your team's going to make a pick, and the Texans didn't make a pick. I'm sure the draft party last night in Houston was a little underwhelming because of that, but they are in a very good spot to make a lot of noise.
Yes,
this
they
evening.
are.
So I like that.
Yeah, like you said, the Cowboys still can make some noise in this next round, next day. I think they can do a lot of good things to help themselves out offensively.
Yeah, no, you're right. I agree.
And somebody's going to take a chance on the kid at Michigan.
Will Johnson?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he goes in the first 3 to 5 picks. Cleveland has 2 of the first 4. Maybe they take Will Johnson with one of them. I doubt Houston would take Will Johnson because they just don't need corner. Tennessee could take Will Johnson. Boy, you end up with Cam Ward and Will Johnson in your first 2 picks. That's a pretty good haul for the Titans. Yeah, the Patriots, they could go with Mike Vrabel now as their new coach.
You're right.
They went offense in round 1. They could go defensive back in round 2. Will Johnson won't be around very long tonight. He's a stud. All right. In a couple minutes, we're going to be joined by the best Texas baseball player ever. Legendary lifetime Longhorn Brooks Kieschnick will join us to preview this weekend's massive series between Texas and Texas A&M. But before we shift gears and talk a little Longhorn baseball, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Good morning to Jay and the gang over at Sue Patrick since 1975. The incredible selection of Texas Longhorn apparel, men's and women's clothing, folks. Everything you need. They've got caps. They've got shirts. They've got polos. They have everything for your golfing need. They have shorts. They have Tyler Perry. How about this? Tyler Campbell's dishwashing detergent or whatever it is that I'm in trouble for still. I've got to go over there and get that laundry detergent today. I've got to pick that up. But they have everything that you need over there. They've also got Admiral William McCraven's new book is out, and they have it there. So if you've read all the other 3 books, including his children's book, which I picked up the last time I was there, the 4th book is out, and you've got to get it. And they've got tons over there. Autographed by Admiral McCraven. He did that. He made sure he signed every one of the books that Jay has over there. So that's where you can get it. Mother's Day just around the corner. Let's not forget Mother's Day. It is just around the corner. And you can pick up all the different types of apparel, jewelry, and everything that you want. 5222 Burnett Road. If you want to go, all the parking that you need, or you can go to SuePatrick.com for more information.
Yes.
Have it shipped to you.
Love our friends at Sue Patrick. Also love our friends at AV Consultations. What a sports weekend we have. Hopefully you've already made the call to AV Consultations to upgrade your home TV setup. If you haven't, this weekend should serve as plenty of reason why you need to call Audio Visual to get your home TV setup done. So many sports going on throughout the spring. I can watch all of it on my 4TV setup that I've got with AV Consultations. They can do the same for you. If you want that multi-screen man cave that I have, if you want the giant 85-inch screen like the Buck has, if you want that home theater room with the badass lighting and the surround sound, AV Consultations can make it happen. They've been hooking up Central Texans since 1988. They can do the same for you. Telling you, the best TV selection, the best surround sound selection, the best lighting selection. They will get it to you very cheap. They will hook everything up. They will get you what you are looking for and turn your home into something truly special. avconsultations.com or give them a call at 512-255-8678. All right, I see our next guest in the waiting room, a man who really needs no introduction, but we're going to give him one anyways. The best Texas Longhorn baseball player of all time, a member of the College Baseball Hall of Fame, the only college baseball player to win the Dick Hauser Award twice. Legendary lifetime Longhorn Brooks Kieschnick joining us this morning to talk a little Longhorn baseball. Brooks, thanks so much for the time this morning, man. How are you?
I'm doing well, my friends. How y'all doing this morning?
Doing fantastic, man. Doing fantastic.
It's great to see you, and this Texas baseball team is doing fantastic. We'll obviously get your thoughts and preview on this A&M series, but man, first taking a look at what this Longhorn baseball team has accomplished. Brooks, year one in the SEC. A lot of people didn't think Texas was going to be ready for the challenge of playing in the toughest conference in college baseball. Here they are sitting at number one in the country, and they've got a 3-game lead in the SEC. Your thoughts on what you've seen from Texas baseball in year one under Jim Schlossnagle?
Well, let's just tell you right now, Sloss. I mean, look at the culture he's already brought this quickly to a University of Texas baseball team that, you know, people were kind of counting out this year in the SEC. We weren't ranked. We weren't ready, to be in the SEC is what we were told, right? So it just shows you what Schloss brings to the table as far as culture goes, and the chemistry he's built between his players is just incredible. And Nolan Cain, Wiener, all those guys. I mean, just the whole from top to bottom, they've really brought that team to love each other, and the chemistry is just undeniable.
You know, Brooks, it's incredible when you bring a new staff in, and as you just said, it looks like these coaches from top to bottom, from position coach to the main skipper, they have everything, and they've done it in a way that's, it's not one of those. It's a building cycle. We're going to build. We're going to do this. It's almost like when that guy walked in. I mean, Texas has had baseball culture. I mean, it's hard to say that you have to build a culture for Texas baseball. You don't have to build a culture. You have to build what you think is your culture for what fits the players. And it's like he walked in and it just fit for him and with his whole entire staff.
Usually it takes time for teams to buy into to what he's selling, but yeah, I mean, it was almost instant, and it was almost like he walked in and said, "Hey guys, this is what we're going to do. Our goal is to win a national championship. We're going to the College World Series. We're going to go win it." It wasn't like, "Hey guys, we're going to take a couple of years." That wasn't the message that was sent, and that wasn't the message that's being shown on the field right now either.
Yeah, they look great. Brooks Kieschnick joining us here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Brooks, everyone always talks about a next man up mentality in sports. Injuries happen. It's just part of the game. But, Max Ballou, a preseason All-American, the Big 12 Player of the Year last year. That was obviously a huge loss for Texas. And just to see the way these guys have rallied around each other to almost get even better as a club since the Ballou injury, that's pretty damn cool to see.
Well, that's what I was getting at, too. It seems like everybody has each other's backs there, and if somebody's down tonight, somebody else is picking it up. It's not just one guy; it's the whole team from 1 through 9 in that lineup, and even guys coming off the bench. I mean, it's just really, really exciting and fun to see. It kind of reminds me of our team in the '90s too. I mean, we loved each other so much, and we hung out so much, and all we cared about was winning, and we'd do anything to win, and that's what I see in this team as well.
And that's one of the things that I had noticed early when you talked about your teams in the 90s. This is a physical-looking group. There's not a lot of, whatever they're doing, the facilities, the training staff and everything, they are part football, part baseball guys. I mean, they look physically fit. and ready to go. And I mean, injury wise, they've had just a couple where there are other teams that have had, 3 or 4 really major things really happen to them. This group looks physically fit, and they've looked that way all season long.
And I think they also carry that kind of mentality out onto the field as well.
Yeah.
You're not coming into our house and beating us. You know what I mean? This is our house, and this is what we do here. And I think that's, you're going to continue to see that. And that's just the beauty of this team and what Schloss and his staff bring to the table.
Yeah. Brooks, obviously you pitched in some big games at Texas. Look, the job that Dylan Volanthus is doing as a true freshman to me is just insane, right? I mean, any level of college baseball, but going into the lion's den that is the SEC, the fact that that guy looks like one of the best pitchers in the game already. What have you liked about number 99 on the mound, and just how good do you think he can be over the course of his Longhorn career?
I think just, keep his head focused on throwing strikes. And I think as you see, and that's what I think, Wiener, that's what he preaches. Hey, throw strikes, pound the zone, and let your stuff take over. And I think that kid's got some incredible stuff. And I think, it's all a mental game, and they just got to stay with it and continue to believe in what Max is telling them and believe in their stuff instead of trying to really just be too fine. Go out there and pound the zone and get people out.
Yeah.
And Brooks, I said, you'll find out the real character of this team when they don't win a series. How do they fight back? But I also said, you don't have to lose a series, do you? I mean, is it necessary to lose a series?
No, sir, you don't. But, I think you can see it already. I mean, you go in and you win the first in Kentucky, you lose second in Kentucky, and there was no doubt in my mind that we're going to come out and win on Sunday.
Yeah.
I mean, those guys, they just, hey, stuff happens. This baseball, you're not going to win 70 games in a row. It just doesn't happen. I mean, you're not going to win 162 games in a row in the big leagues. It doesn't happen. So I think these guys are showing a lot of resiliency already. And just like by losing your Friday night starter, losing Max Ballou, I mean, these guys are rallying around, and I think they just, like I said, they love each other so much and they love winning. But I think they hate losing more than they love winning.
Brooks Kieschnick joining us here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Yeah, Brooks, you talked about Jim Schlossnagle a little bit earlier. Obviously, you played for a legendary coach in Cliff Gustafson. Do you see any similarities between, the era of Texas baseball under Coach Gus to what we're seeing, obviously, in year one in Jim Schlossnagle?
I definitely think you see some similarities in the fact that he knows how to get the best out of his players. Like I said, you lose a Friday night starter, you lose a preseason All-American. The next in line, like you said, next in line comes up, and he's telling these guys, like, hey, you're here for a reason. You're not just here to fill a roster spot. You're here because you can play. Get out there and let's see what you can do. And let's go get them. I mean, hey, this is your time to shine. Let's go. And I think that's what, a coach needs to do. And when a coach shows that kind of confidence in a player, that's when that player shines. And there's different ways to do it. Telling him he can't do it, telling him he's the best, telling him, hey, you need to get it going. That's what Coach Gus could do as well.
The series with the Aggies coming up is a huge series because my partner here doesn't like me wanting the Aggies to be at their best, but they're playing their best baseball of the season right now. So I like to get them when they're playing their best, even if you've got some guys that are injured and even if you don't have your starter for a Friday game. I don't really care. I want them to be at their best when you beat them. So this should be an awful lot of fun for some of the guys who haven't been here before, haven't been a part of this game. This will be a true test mentally and physically coming up this weekend.
100%. And I'm with you on that because Bucky I want them to be at their best too. Cause I don't want, Aggies are full of excuses and I don't want any excuses. Well, we had this, we had that, this, that, and the other. Hey, I want them to be playing the best they played all year. So when we do win, it's not a deal where we're like, well, we had this injury or we had this guy out or, I don't want to hear it. I want us both to be at our best and let's go get them.
Yeah, it should be a hell of an atmosphere at the Dish, and thank God this series is back. I know these two teams have obviously played in midweek games over the last few years, but it feels right that they're getting series as conference opponents once again. Brooks, how good do you think this team is? Obviously, with no Max Ballou and now Jared Spencer's out, that changes things, but do you feel like Texas has the chops to make a run to the College World Series this year?
I mean, why wouldn't they? I mean, like I said, you don't fill the roster just to fill the roster. You've got guys that can play there. And yes, we lost two probably potential and perennial, All-Americans, right? But I'm telling you, this team is full of talent. And when you have coaches up there coaching them up as well, you're going to see it. I mean, you have to have adversity and you have to overcome it. And when you do, and you fill it in, because we don't want to have excuses at the end of the year either. Oh, we did this, we did that. And that team is not an excuse team. They don't want to give any excuses. They just want to go out there and win. So, yes, I think we have a definite chance to be as good as we want to be. And I think with Schloss and those guys continuing to not only coach them up, but also develop the guys behind those guys. So if something does happen, they're ready to step in.
Definitely. All right, Brooks, I got to ask you about your son, Brooks Jr., a member of the Texas football team right now. How's he doing? What is it, year 2, year 3 for him?
Year 2, it'll be he's coming up, finishing up his sophomore year. Oh, he's having a blast. I mean, he's working his butt off. I mean, he's getting bigger, getting stronger, getting faster. He got a lot of reps in spring and just having a blast. And it's so cool. We were texting each other last night, about the draft and stuff like that. I mean, to have 3 Longhorns go first round is just a really, really neat deal.
Definitely. Yeah, we might have to get Brooks Jr. on the show to talk a little Texas football. But, he's in that offensive line room. Is he saying good things? Obviously, Texas loses 4 offensive line starters. One of them went last night in the first round in Kelvin Banks. Is he heaping some praise on his position group right now?
Oh, yeah. No, those guys and what Flood does over there, too, they all love him. I mean, they get after it, and Flood likes to build within, and he is really a fantastic, offensive line coach, and they all love him, and they just go out there and get it done. I mean, their whole thing is protect the quarterback, right? You got to protect the quarterback. Don't let anybody hit your quarterback. Don't let anybody hit your running back, and that's what they do, and those guys do it well.
Yeah, I love that. They build within. They've done a great job through the high school ranks here when it comes to offensive linemen. It hadn't been a portal thing, with the transfer portal and the ability for guys to come from other places to your school. I love that that level of what they're doing high school wise is important, because I sure would hate to start losing the high school coaches in the state of Texas and players like that, and having them leave. And as I always say to BK, if you're the best at any position in the state of Texas, they got to come through the 40 acres at least for a visit. That's all you need to do is get them on that campus.
Absolutely. And they do a fabulous job of recruiting. And I mean, why wouldn't you want to come to the University of Texas is my question to them. I mean, and like I said to you, you're talking about the culture, I was talking about the culture of baseball. Yes, we've had it, but you also have to keep living it. Schloss is doing, but what Sark has done over there in the football field, that culture they have over there is incredible.
Absolutely.
Talk about team unity and team chemistry and the love those guys have for each other as well is just amazing.
Definitely. Legendary lifetime Longhorn Brooks Kieschnick joining us. Last one for me, Brooks. I know you keep in touch with Major League Baseball as well. Obviously, you played in the majors for a few years. Love to get just some early thoughts on the first few weeks of the MLB season. Any team standing out, anything standing out for you right now?
It's real early to really kind of, say, hey, this team is terrible, this team is good. I mean, the Dodgers, it's hard not to look at that lineup and that staff and go, how's anybody going to beat them in the postseason? I mean, that's just even the Yankees playing pretty good without Garrett Cole. I mean, it's just but you're right. It is a little too early. There's going to be some runs and there's going to be some, some ups and downs, but I think you will see the cream rise to the top at the end again, and it'll be about 4 or 5 teams that'll be there and go deep in the playoffs. And and it's hard not to see the Dodgers in the World Series again, though.
Yeah.
Oh, there's no doubt about that.
I agree. Brooks, you're the man. This was fun. I was already pumped about this Texas baseball team, but you made it to Omaha a couple of times in your Texas career, so you know what it takes to get up there. And hearing you say that you think this team has the chops to get up to not Rosenblatt anymore, TD Ameritrade Park, whatever they call it.
Yeah.
That's music to my ears, my man. So thanks so much for joining us. Are you going out to the ballpark for any games this weekend?
Absolutely. I'm throwing out the first pitch on Saturday.
There you go.
Yeah. And so that'll be kind of fun. It'll remind me of some cheering and some booze at the same time, probably. But I love that kind of stuff. And then I'm probably going to go out there Saturday and Sunday. Yeah.
You're too humble. You should have led with that. That's
there you go.
Time. How's the arm these days? Are they going to have the gun on for you tomorrow?
God, I hope not. I'm just making sure I don't bounce it.
Just throw a strike, right? Lob it in there.
That's right. Just
whatever it takes. Brooks, you're the man. Thanks so much for doing this, and hopefully we get the chance to chop it up again soon.
Absolutely,
Thanks, man.
guys. Anytime, man. Enjoyed it.
I
Thank you.
appreciate it. There he goes. Legendary lifetime Longhorn Brooks Kieschnick. How about that? Throwing out the first pitch tomorrow. You've got a drone show after the game tonight. And then you've got Brooks Kieschnick, the greatest player in Longhorn baseball history, throwing out the first pitch tomorrow. I mean, you should be pulling out all the stops because this is the biggest series you've had in years. I love it.
Yeah, it's going to be that. There's a lot going on in the 40 acres this weekend now.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. You've got fan day with football tomorrow. I mean, just the whole atmosphere on campus, around the dish and DKR. It's going to be insane. Obviously, a lot of Aggie fans will be here. Most of them choose to live here because why the hell would you want to stick around College Station? So, they're going to have a pretty strong contingent of that nasty ass maroon color in the stands. But it's going to be, I mean, look, Texas has already hosted 3 top 10 teams at the dish this year. So they've had super regional type of feels already, but this will be unlike anything people have seen at that ballpark in a long time.
You want them playing at their best, don't you, BK? No,
I wish A&M was like 0-40 right now, and Texas was going to send them to 0-43 with a sweep.
You want to hear their excuse? You want their excuses?
Look, it will be a tall task. I'm confident in Texas winning the series because how could you not be with the way that they've played? They're the only team in this conference who hasn't lost an SEC series yet. I don't think that changes. But their work's going to be cut out for them because we now know for sure that Jared Spencer won't pitch tonight. And unfortunately, it hasn't been confirmed by the school. At least it wasn't when we started at 7 o'clock. But the reports are out that Jared Spencer is going to undergo shoulder surgery and he is going to miss the remainder of the season. So, it's next man up. But, man, it's not easy on Texas. You lose your best player and you lose your Friday night starter. This team has its work cut out for them moving forward.
Well, that's why the staff has done such a great job. I mean, it is kind of next man up. You're going to need next men up. You're going to need a few then when you're losing that starting pitching. So that's going to be a little tougher on them over the next few weeks. But they need to get it done this weekend. It's a very important weekend for them. And I know that they haven't had any certainty about this guy's shoulder, but it's been headed that way and talked about it as if, he's not pitching this week or the remainder of next week and all that. The more you hear that, the more you just think with a shoulder or an arm for a pitcher, he's not coming back.
No. And you hear arm soreness and that always freaks you out. And then you hear second opinion and third opinion.
Oh, yeah. That second opinion, third opinion. We're going to go look elsewhere. That's when it starts to get to be, no, he's not coming back.
It sucks. You feel for the kid. Jared Spencer, the transfers, had a great year. And it's his first full year as a starting pitcher, so a little extra wear and tear on the arm. And you just saw it. The fastball velo against Auburn wasn't great. I mean, this is a guy who usually touches 95, 96, even 97 with his heater, and he was closer to 91, 92 against Auburn. So you kind of could sense that something was a little bit awry. And sure enough, that's it for Jared Spencer. So now it's Ruger Riojas, who's done a fantastic job as this team's Sunday starter. He's a big part of why Texas hasn't lost a series because he's been getting the job done in these finales. But he's your Friday night guy. The stats are good. He's 7-1 with the 3.33 ERA. Opponents are hitting just 221 against him. But this is a red-hot A&M offense, an Aggie team that went to Knoxville and beat Tennessee 3 weeks ago. They went to Fayetteville and took 2 of 3 from Arkansas last weekend. Like, Ruger Riojas has pitched against good teams, but this is the biggest moment of his young Texas career.
Sure.
So, yeah, we'll see what he's got. Luke Harrison will take the ball tomorrow, as he usually does on Saturday. And then it sounds like it will be Jason Flores
on Sunday.
Yeah, probably a Johnny All-Staff type of game.
Right.
Cade Bing, the normal Tuesday starter, did not start in San Marcos a few days ago. So I think, whether it's tonight, tomorrow, or Sunday, he can tail one of these starters and eat up a few innings out of the pen. But yeah, it seems like Jason Flores will be the Sunday starter, at least for this week. And I'll obviously see what Schloss and Wiener plan to do going forward. Flores has been great this year, 4-1 with a 1.61 earned run average. So Texas has the horses, like Brooks said. I mean, next man up, every team preaches it, but it's nice when you can actually live it.
Sure.
And I knew Texas baseball would get to that point, but the fact that they're here in year one, to where not only do they have top-end talent, obviously, they're number one in America, but the fact that they've got depth to withstand losing a preseason All-American, and we'll see what happens with the staff, but I think they're going to be able to stay at the top of the SEC without Jared Spencer. That is so unbelievably impressive.
Well, they're hitting the ball well now, too. They're scoring runs. They're putting a lot of pressure on the defense right now, too.
Yeah, 14 runs in their last 2 games each. The series finale against Auburn, and then obviously in San Marcos and that thriller on Tuesday. The Texas offense has found its rhythm a little bit, and they're going to need it because, Ryan Prager's got the ball for the Aggies. He's maybe the best Friday night starter in the country. He's a stud. They've got. I mean, it's a good team. A&M started the year #1 for a reason.
You're
They've
right.
obviously had a disappointing season, but they're starting to figure it out. You're starting to see why people were so high on the Aggies going into 2025. So it's a good time for them. They're playing with some confidence, and hopefully that means it's a good time for Texas to knock them off the ledge a little bit.
There you go.
That's what you want.
Yes, that's what I want.
You love that A&M's coming in here rolling, and you're
I
ready
love when a team is rolling and feeling good about themselves, and then they leave with their heads down.
You're a dream crusher. They've got Make-A-Wish, making dreams come true. You want to ruin people's dreams.
You want to come out there, kid, and throw the first pitch? No way. Go back and sit down.
Hey, kid, you throw the first pitch. I'll be in the batter's box sending it to orbit. How's that for a first pitch? Yeah, Brooks Kieschnick will be standing in the box. He's going to send that one over the left field wall. See you later.
I got a chance, as Make-A-Wish. I got a chance to throw the first pitch out, and Brooks just took it over the wall. That's not right.
Oh, my God. I can't wait, man. I cannot wait. I'm going to have to get out to left field for at least one of these 3 games. Again, 7 o'clock tonight, 3 o'clock tomorrow, 3 o'clock on Sunday. All of these are nationally televised. You don't have to worry about ESPN Plus. It's SEC Network tonight, and then how about ESPN2 tomorrow and Sunday? So, ESPN, I think Tom Hart, their top SEC baseball guy, will be on the call. They're pulling out all the stops. They should. This is the biggest series of the year in college baseball, and we're lucky enough to have it right here in our own backyard.
Sweet.
Good stuff from Brooks. Always enjoyed chopping it up with him. Buck, we've got 9 minutes to go. We'll get back into the NFL draft. We also have to update the people on your unit, as weird as that sounds. We got some unit plays.
It was a nice unit. It was a large unit pick, though.
You got very lucky last night. We'll tell the people why in a second. But before we wrap things up, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
Some of our friends over at Leaf Landscape and Supply Company there, Pond Springs Road up north and Monterey Oaks down south. For all your landscaping needs, they've got it just for you. We've had enough rain, and if you want to go out there and do it yourself, the ground's it's still a little wet. So if you're going to take that pick out there and you want to put in roses in a special place and make sure you got the right fertilizer, the right soil there to get that done, or shrubs, get it done. This is about the last week, BK, for all that kind of stuff. It's going to start warming up here soon, and you trying to plant trees and roses and plants like that, it's almost coming to an end. But you can get it done at Leaf Landscape and Supply Company. As I said, those folks will let you know exactly what you need to do. And if you don't want to do it, they'll contract it out because they see contractors each and every day. And I've been going there for over 25 years now. I love the folks there, love Jeff down south, and he'll let you know, and the folks there will let you know that you don't have to do it yourself. There are landscapers that'll make your lawn and around your house look fantastic. You need to go over there and get your rose, your desert rose, and put it back on the patio and try not to kill it. When the first frost comes in, bring it inside, then take it back out in the spring. But they have everything you need at Leaf Landscape and Supply Company. If you just mentioned Texas Sports Unfiltered, how about 10% off of all of your purchases up to 500 bones?
Yes,
there you
indeed.
go.
Now a word from our great friends at Covert Bee Cave.
It's really a family experience. I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Love Covert Bee Cave. And man, I hope we have some Cabo Bob's gift cards to give away next week. Quick shout out to our friends at Cabo Bob's. They've been hooking y'all up all year long. We do football season giveaways. We do baseball and softball season giveaways in the spring. And because Texas has been dominating both of those sports, we've had plenty of Cabo Bob's gift cards for the people. If you've never been to Cabo Bob's, you are missing out. Incredibly fresh ingredients. It's a local company. They do burritos. They do bowls. They do quesadillas. They do tacos. They do salads. Think Chipotle, but way better and upgraded and fresher ingredients and local. Love Cabo Bob's. They're adding more locations seemingly by the month. Fantastic place. One of my favorite places to eat. If you haven't tried it yet, definitely try it and keep listening to TSU for your chance to win Cabo Bob's
There you
gift
go.
cards. All right, Buck. A quick unit update.
Yes. What did I do?
What the doctor, you know what? I'll be the doctor here today, and I'll let you know how your unit is doing. In maybe the luckiest / most fortunate Gold Star lock that you have ever had in the history of this show, you had 20,000 units on the Detroit Pistons
Ooh.
plus 2.5 against the Knicks. Thanks to some last-minute shots, some last-second shots, and free throws.
And bad officiating.
The Pistons only lost by 2. So you covered that. That was your big play. You thought Detroit was going to win the game, so you're like, oh, hell yeah, I'll take the 2.5. They didn't win, but they lose by 2, and that's good enough for you, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, that's all I need.
He'll take it. You also had the Clippers minus 5.5. They smashed the Nuggies.
Yeah, that should have been a big pick, too.
And your one miss, your smallest play, 5,000 units you had on Oklahoma City. They did come back from 29 down. John Morant got hurt at the end of the first half. He did not return, and Memphis completely fell apart. Oklahoma City came back to win, but they were 9.5-point favorites.
Yeah, look for that line to be that 12 or 13 or 14-point line now if he's not playing.
Oh, yeah. If Ja's out for game 4, this series is over in 4.
Yes.
And look, even if Ja plays.
That series is over anyway.
I was going to say, even if Ja plays, it might be done. I think Sunday is when game 4 will be. But there you go. So you got your 20,000 unit right. You got your 10,000 unit right. You missed your 5,000 unit right, but still a 2-1. And you were up you were up 25,000 for the night and up 30,000 for the playoffs. So now I got to ask, you've got games today and tomorrow. I mean, you got the whole weekend to work with here.
All right. I'm taking the Pistons to win. The Pistons are winning outright. There's a 10,000 unit play.
Okay. That game is not till Sunday, but that is the only Sunday game with the line.
Okay.
Detroit is favored in this. They are minus 1.5.
Yes. I'll take the Pistons for 10,000 units.
Okay. You've got pretty much every other series going on at some point between today and Sunday. Tonight, Celtics at Orlando, Pacers at Bucks, Lakers at Timberwolves.
I'm going to take Milwaukee for a 5,000 unit play.
Okay, Bucks are minus 5.5 to get on the board at home. Lakers, Wolves, any action there?
Where are they? They're in Minnesota, aren't they?
In the Twin Cities.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and take 5,000 units on Minnesota.
Okay, they are 2.5-point home faves. And then tomorrow, Rockets, Warriors, game 3. Jimmy Butler, it doesn't sound like worst case scenario, but they haven't said if he's going to return for game 3 tomorrow night.
Yeah, that's a nice undercut job there. I'll take 5,000 units on. I'm going to go ahead and take the Warriors at home, though.
Anyways.
Yes.
Okay, Golden State, 2.5-point favorites there.
Yeah, I think I'll take them.
You've got Cavs, Heat. I beg your pardon. Thunder, Grizzlies game 4 is tomorrow. It is 14.5 in favor of the visitors.
God.
And Nuggets, Clippers tomorrow as well. Any other action?
I'll take the Clippers for a 10,000 unit play again.
Wow, you think they go up 3-1?
Yeah.
Okay, Clippers for 10,000 units.
Aren't the Clippers supposed to finally be good? If Kawhi's playing, he's playing. He hasn't backed out. He hasn't had any knee problems. That guy is good. They're supposed to be good. So,
yeah.
And that it seems like they've waited until the end of the season to play their best ball.
And the Nuggies fired their coach a couple of weeks ago.
How about that? That still amazes me.
You face some adversity with a first-time new head coach, it might cause some problems. And
yes,
Denver did not look good last night. So, yeah, Clippers playing great. Kawhi's healthy. Harden is still solid.
Yes.
LA looked really good. They ran away from Denver last night. All right. So there's you got 2 10,000 unit plays and 3 5,000 unit plays in the NBA.
That'll do it. We'll be up big time.
What about hockey? Our guy Tom McKay's tuned in. He wants to fade your NHL plays. You got plenty of series to choose from. Again, with
the Blues won last night, didn't they?
Blues got on track. They beat the Jets. Lose-a-peg Jets.
Yeah, Benny and the Jets. Yeah.
You got 3 games tonight. Caps at Canadiens. Hurricanes.
I'm going to take the Abs. How's that?
You take the Avs again?
Yeah, I'm going to take the Abs for 5,000 unit play.
Thank you very much. You had the Avs in game 3, and that did not work out well.
Sorry about that, Ovi.
Oh, wait, Caps or Avs?
I'm taking the Canadiens.
Okay, so
I mean the Abs. I didn't mean the Caps. No, I'm taking the Canadiens.
Oh, the Habs.
The Habs, yes.
I thought you were saying the Avs, like the Avalanche.
No, I'm not taking the Avalanche. I don't play with those guys.
Got you. All right. So you've got Montreal tonight against Washington against Wags' Caps. Okay, Kings Oilers tonight. Stars Avalanche tomorrow. I mean, any other series pique your interest?
I don't want to put that on the Stars because they need to win. You need to have something good happen to your teams up there in the Metroplex area. After the draft last night, and then what they're going to screw up today, you need something positive. So I'm not going to mess with it.
The city of Dallas had a 12-month stretch where the Rangers won it all. The Stars went to the conference final.
Yep.
Actually did that 2 years in a row. And then the Mavericks went to the NBA finals. And the Cowboys also made the playoffs that year.
Yes.
And then now it's like the Mavs have no future. The Cowboys are – the Rangers are fine. They're fine, but they don't look like a World Series contender.
Oh, yeah, you're going to hold on to that for the next 20 years anyway.
For the next as long as I live, dude.
Yeah.
And then the Dallas Stars are all the city has right now. And they're great. They're awesome. Hopefully Miro Heiskanen returns tomorrow. That'd be freaking huge. But yeah, the city of Dallas needs one of their teams to give them some hope because there ain't much with the other 3 at the moment.
Hey, you got an offensive guard last night. Let's not forget that with the 12th pick.
You know what? The second best team in Dallas right now might be the Wings because they got Paige Beckers with the first pick in the WNBA draft last week.
You don't have to follow them.
I didn't say that.
Oh, okay.
I did. We're not going to turn into a W show here.
Come on, man. When do they start again? Shouldn't they be starting soon?
Yeah, in the summer. I don't know when. Summer's a long time, but they start their league in the summer. So
that's right.
Yeah, you'll have some Paige Beckers action there. All right, no more plays, just one hockey pick, huh?
Yeah, that's plenty.
Okay, very good.
Stars are probably going to win.
I hope you're right. Now, please pick Colorado, actually. Say Colorado's definitely going to win. That's what I want to hear.
Colorado should win at home, yes.
Okay. All right, man. There's so much we didn't get into. The good news is TSU's live all day long, so the other shows will be all over the draft. Texas baseball, Texas basketball picked up a commit yesterday. We talked about that at the very end of our show. Simeon Wilcher coming in, but let's bring on the boys here because Wags is a Caps fan, of course, in hockey. So we got to get his thoughts on you picking Montreal to win Game 3 tonight. And Wags is also a Giants fan in the NFL.
Oh.
We got to get his thoughts on the Jackson Dart pick. So, Wags, we'll go to you first today.
I love Bucky's pick on Montreal. Go Habs, right?
There you go.
As you wear the Washington hoodie. I love that. What about you wanted Abdul Carter at 3? You got him.
That was a can't miss. Like that's a lock, right? And they almost messed it up from what I hear. I'm kidding. I'm joking.
But
then you give away draft capital to move up like less than 10 spots. For a quarterback that was going to be there, maybe even have been there at the end of the second round. Now that's, wishing one hand, shit in the other. But still, like I was under the impression that we were collecting picks and taking the best available as they came up on the board or our needs. Right? Yes, the Giants need a quarterback. They addressed that in the offseason. They brought in 2 veteran quarterbacks. And sure, if something falls to you, fine. But there's no reason for you to salvage draft capital in future draft picks so you can move up a couple of spots to pick a quarterback that was going to be there. And to me, he's not even the next best available quarterback. Did we remember the Ole Miss Florida game where he had a meltdown for the last 2 minutes of the game? Couldn't see a wide open wide receiver, and then couldn't handle the media after that. That's Ole Miss. That's Ole Miss. What's going to happen when he goes up to New York and has to deal with the media in New York? Now, Eli could deal with it because he had the, oh, golly gee wall, but Jackson Dart, from the mental fortitude that I've seen so far, has not been there for Jackson Dart.
Now, I take it you don't like Jackson Dart.
No, I don't like that. I mean, I like Jackson. I like Jackson Dart with Joey Freshwater, but I don't think it's going to work out in New York.
That is great. Well, Rodney, you're a Cowboys fan. Your thoughts on what Dallas did last night?
I mean, look, I like the pick. I mean, I'm not sure that – I mean, I think I'd have traded down because the dude was going to be there anyway. I mean, you need another Tyler. The Cowboys need to move to Tyler, be the Tyler Cowboys. Right?
Yeah, they need somebody from Tyler now.
I mean, you need that, but honestly, my thing was you had and taking the Texas part out of it. I mean, Matthew Golden sitting there, I think you really needed to solidify. You need to give Dak Prescott some help right there, because obviously, I mean, the offensive line pick is great because you need that dude upright, and the offensive line looks great. I just don't think that I would have done it at number 12. If I'd have stayed at number 12, I'd have gone in and got some weapons that are going to help your offense just a little bit more. So I don't have a problem with it.
Rodney, whether he was going to be there at 21 or whatever it is, hell, you could still got a pretty good offensive lineman in the second round.
Yeah, absolutely.
The third round. We always talk about running backs, getting them in the later rounds. You could have got a decent offensive lineman. That you didn't have to get the kid from Alabama at 12 or 20. You could have got him in the second round. Not him, but you still could have got a pretty decent guard, not playing tackle.
And the thing about it is, I mean, this is very much, I mean, I don't know this for certain, but I'm sure that this Jones war room, I mean, they fall in love with a guy and they hone in on that guy, and you can't talk them any other way on doing this. And they don't think about that to where it's like, okay, you want him at 12, but nobody else does. Go get him at 20 or whatever. Utilize what you have and help your quarterback. And hey, offensive line is getting better, and the guy's a leader. Everything that I've heard, that offensive line needs leadership right now. In that respect, it's good. I just don't like doing it at number 12.
Yeah, I agree.
You know what I need? Something enjoyable to watch on Sundays. I don't need a bunch of fat people to watch on Sundays. I need some fun skill position players that are going to help the team win. And look, I like Tyler Booker. I think he's going to be really good. But golly, we better be coming back here on Monday talking about the Cowboys taking a wide receiver and a running back today.
Taking the wide receiver from Missouri, take him.
Yeah, take him and then get a good running back in round 3. Like if you do that, if you told me guard, running back, and receiver were your first 3 picks, I maybe would have flip-flopped the order, but I would have been very, very happy. Yeah. So go do that. Go do that today, and you can salvage a little bit of last night.
And this running back room is deep, or running back class is deep enough to where you can do this. Sure. And I see people saying, well, Dallas can still salvage the draft. No, it's not at a salvage point yet. It's a good pick that they made. They just made it at the wrong time. So
in my mind, what did the Commanders do, guys, last night? Did they do anything? Did they not have any picks?
They took Connerly.
Yeah, they took a tackle. They took a tackle at 29. Yep.
Yeah.
And the Eagles, of course, I'm sure y'all will get to this. I feel like I'm stealing your whole show, but the Eagles getting Jahad Campbell at 31.
Outrageous.
That guy was like on BK's big board that no one gives a shit about. That guy was in my top 10. I love that guy. Yeah. And of course, the Eagles get another. They do it again. I mean, it's another Bama or Georgia defender who falls into their lap. Guy? It's a Bama guy. Like it's one or the other every single year, and it's like. How does that keep happening? They can't keep getting away with this.
Yeah. You know what was just an absolute man-child. He's like 240, 6'4", runs a 4.2 40. Wow. I mean, he doesn't run that fast. I'm embellishing, but Buck, he's an absolute man-child. Might be the steal of the draft.
Yeah.
Just what they need, right?
Right. Exactly.
Last night, what I thought was pretty cool was every time somebody got drafted, Maxwell Hairston, that he was the dude in the blue suit that every time somebody got drafted that was there, he's over there building them up and doing all that. Yeah. I mean, this dude, I thought that dude worked for the league. I'm like, who is that guy? I thought he was like one of the guys that routed him, whatever, until about the 15th round when I finally figured out who it was. Well, it all paid off because he gets to go to Buffalo. So, Yeah, good
like
night for
that.
him too. The hype man. The hype man.
There needs to be a prop bet for Dallas when they show the war room with the ugly grandson. Do you know who I'm talking about? Like he has to be on. He knows when that camera's on too, because he finds a way into the center of the room, and he's just like, buddy, you probably move the jock straps around the damn locker room, okay? Or you tell somebody that's your job. You probably tell somebody.
No, he makes the draft pick.
Yeah,
That's
he's
what
an
he does.
executive.
Maybe, but how many times will the ugly grandson be on television?
I don't know which he's got 10 grandkids. One of them actually played football at Texas as a walk-on. I don't think that's the one you're talking about. I'm
talking
curious.
about everybody knows the one.
Yeah.
He is a camera whore, and
Dude,
he tries to get there every time.
They were so excited. They were so excited yesterday when they again, everybody always jerks each other off after the pick, but the Cowboys were just going nuts in that war room, and you're like, no way, they're actually going to do something cool here.
Yeah.
And then we're going to reach on an offensive lineman who would have been available 10 picks later.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Wow.
And that is the funny part about watching the draft last night. It's like every time a pick is made, like all those white dudes in suits and all them old black dudes in suits, they jump up and they're doing the bro shake and all this different whatever. And it's like, come on, man, calm down.
Every time.
Calm
All right, boys.
All right,
we'll let
boys.
y'all
Listen,
get
have
to
a
it.
great weekend.
Be well. Hook 'em horns, guys. Big
Hook 'em.
series.
See y'all. Enjoy the draft.
Later,
Enjoy the weekend.
Later, bud.
There they go. Here we are. Yeah, I'm already hot. I'm already sweating. Coming in hot with the Jackson Dart take. I put my feelings out there on the social medias last night. I was having a great night. I really was. Everything seemed to be falling into place, and it looked like the Giants were going to survive the first round without a debacle. And then the Jackson Dart bullshit happens. So. Look, I liked Jackson Dart as a college quarterback, but I think I stated clearly yesterday that I don't know if any of these quarterbacks will pan out to be NFL franchise quarterbacks.
Well, here's my thought with all of that is, number one, it doesn't make any sense because you went out and got two veterans. You know, those two can split the job. And again, this is not a one season fix that the Giants are dealing with. We all know that. It's gonna
you moved up to go get this guy. So are you telling me that you're that desperate that you need to have a quarterback like him play right now? Is that he's
not?
What you're saying?
And he's not going to play.
No,
these two older dudes are going to play. And here's a big part for me to where what always happens with this, I would say it's very likely, because Giants ownership has already put this on the table at the end of last season. It is very likely that this head coach and this GM are not going to be back.
They're gone. They're effing so here is the reason why I think it happened, right? And it's so weird, right? Because Dable's clearly drafting for his future, right? Thinking that he might be there. So he's taking a quarterback that fits his scheme, which would be a Jackson Dart, somebody that can do an RPO, can move around like Josh Allen. He's still looking for that Josh Allen. Didn't find it in Daniel Jones, thought that he had a Josh Allen beta. Now he's going to try and resurrect this thing with Jackson Dart. He's not going to have enough time to do it. He's on 1 year, right?
That's my point.
They're on 1 year, maybe. And if the experiment doesn't work with Russell Wilson after 4 weeks, insert Jackson Dart, and you're going to think that he's absolutely ready to move on to the NFL, like ready for NFL speed. Florida was not good. They were awful, absolutely awful. He had a chance to send Ole Miss into the playoff to basically run the tape. Shit. Fuck. Base shit. Damn it. I spilled something. Sorry.
So
basically run the table, and this is why I don't get upset. He had the chance to basically run the table and get Ole Miss in there, but of course didn't happen. Rodney, go. I got to clean this up. It's getting ready to hit the other.
Yeah, I got you. And kind of the whole thing with me is if you have that foundation that we talk about to where you can actually build with this guy. When we talk about a lame duck coach and you talk about a lame duck GM and you go out and you draft and you make a move to move up and draft what you think could be your franchise quarterback, when you have picked up or traded or picked up two older guys in the offseason, number one, your could-be franchise quarterback is not going to play a lot this year unless, it's Katie bar the door and you lose both of the other guys. And the second point to the second point to that is, Wags, where I'm going with this is with those lame duck pieces in place, the next people that come in, their system, I would say 9 times out of 10, you know how it is. It's like, that's not my guy. Jackson Dart was not my guy. That wasn't my pick. And for whatever reason, a lot of times it's like, he doesn't fit my system because that wasn't my pick. Even if it makes total sense to fit your system, that wasn't my pick.
So the only thing that I'm thinking about is maybe Mara and Dable had a sidebar conversation like, hey, it's clearly not me. It's shown. Like, give me the pieces and I can put a winner on the field, but I need somebody to give me the ammo. I mean, maybe I'm the guy for the head coaching job. Maybe we just need a better GM, right? Of course, I have no idea if this happened, but I'm speculating maybe this might have happened between Mara and Dable, and that's why they went up to get a Jackson Dart. I'm trying to throw stuff at the wall here and figure out why they gave up draft capital to move up to get a quarterback that still would have been there.
I would hope that
desperation, absolute desperation, because Dable needs his quarterback to fit his system.
But that still doesn't make sense with the 2 guys that you went and got in the offseason that are going to be ahead of that guy.
Russell Wilson has some of a mobility, left in him to where he can be somewhat of like a Josh Allen type, but it's too few and far between. And honestly, the wheels, he's got two bum tires right now, honestly. But maybe they can make something happen and get to 7-8 wins, but that bar is absolutely high considering what the Giants are going to look like here. We'll see what Carter can do coming off the edge in year 1. I don't think it's going to make that much of a difference, buddy. It's not. Well, you do need to go defense in that crazy offense that you're going around with Philadelphia and now with Washington starting to come up.
And that's exactly the point. If you're playing in the AFC South or one of those divisions that's somewhat attainable, but I mean the Commanders are only getting better. Philadelphia is only getting better. I mean Dallas. I don't know what are you going to get with Dallas?
I just saw Jake Bayless's comments, and he's, buddy, you're my friend. I like you a lot. We shared a beer together, but you're messing with me today. You're really messing with me.
And the whole thing is here because what the Giants have here with this quarterback room is a menage a trois plus one, because now you got Tommy DeVito in there. Jameis Winston to me is the one where if I'm trying to stay competitive in games, I think I'd probably go with Jameis Winston, to be honest with you. I think that you're going to get more durability out of that guy. I think that there's more tread left on the tires. I mean, Russell kind of showed some shades last year there with Pittsburgh, but for Jackson Dart, this is a red shirt here for that dude. He's not going to play, Wags.
So when I think of Jameis Winston, I think of Roy McIlroy, right? In 10 Cup, right? Like you can hit the layup if you want to hit the layup, but dude, you're trying to throw it you're trying to hit that long shot up on that green, and it's going to keep rolling down off the hill. You're trying to throw the damn thing in between 3 defenders, and you're daring them to test your arm strength, right? And usually that's what happens with Jameis Winston. That's kind of the anomaly, or kind of like the not anomaly, the parody that I give for Jameis Winston, or the association I give for it.
I just think that the expectation, whoever, and I'm assuming it's going to be Russell, it's going to be Russ. It's going to get
it's his huddle.
It's his to lose. It's his to lose. But it's like the expectation is very low. Especially in this quarterback draft, like we've been talking about, to where there's not a solidified number one. The solidified number one that was a solidified number one a month ago didn't even get picked last night. And hell, they're talking about that he may not get picked to the 3rd round now.
You don't think Cleveland takes him?
I think they do. I mean, I think the loss factor is a little bit better for them now that if they get the first pick tonight. he's not worth taking in the first round, but I think at this point you do take him. But if Cleveland doesn't take him, where's he go? Raiders?
Cleveland's got 2 picks, don't they? Hold on. They got 2. Yeah, they got 33 and then they got 36.
Okay, well, yeah. So it's probably, given that ratio, it's going to be a pretty good get that he's going to go there. But, I think at this point you're down to Vegas, maybe New Orleans. I actually thought New Orleans might take him last night. I know a lot of folks were, kind of at number 21. We're kind of all at the edge of our seat right there. But when New Orleans didn't take him, I'm like, damn, I kind of thought that was the wide open gate. But this is where it all comes down to business, all the pizzazz and everything else. The Pittsburgh one, I mean, it was like silence.
What's that tell you? Does that tell you Aaron Rodgers is going there?
That tells me that Aaron Rodgers is going there. Yeah. I heard something this morning that, in the words of Jerry Jones, there was a substantive, or whatever that word is, conversation between the Steelers and Aaron Rodgers in the last 24 hours. That kind of tells me that he's headed that way. Just go, just get it done. I mean, it doesn't matter at this point, but because I'm tired of having this conversation about Aaron Rodgers, to be honest.
I'm very interested to see what the Bears do. They got 2 picks right in the beginning of the second round. I love the pick that they had with Loveland. His comparisons, his comps are Eifert from back in the day. Now this dude, he was fantastic. I'm speaking fantasy realm here, right? But this dude was tremendous for the Cincinnati Bengals. If he can come in, I can't remember the damn tight end for Chicago right now.
Cole Kmet. Yeah, what do you do with that guy?
Yeah, Kmet makes some plays. Like he's available in the red zone from time to time. But you like to think that that Ben Johnson is going to throw some 21 sets or maybe some 22 personnel out there too. I don't know if they'll actually utilize 2 backs with it. They did in Detroit, but we'll probably see a lot more 21 instead of 22 here. But look, this is a nice little play for Caleb Williams owners in some fantasy football, right? Like those of you guys that might be looking for your next dynasty pick or your next dynasty draft pick to help out your Caleb Williams debacle there, maybe you can have some Loveland in there, get some bear love in there, huh?
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know if I've hinted it out, but that's kind of what I'm looking at doing for my dynasty league here. I need some help, man.
And it is a good pick for Chicago. I mean, because that's what you need to do. I mean, you need to build around that guy. Chicago threw the kitchen sink at everything last year to build around for him. But now you add pieces like that, because we had this discussion talking about the Texas Longhorns, with how important and essential the tight end is to the offense. I think it is. If you can run a 2 tight end set right there with those 2 guys, and that makes Cole Kmet maybe a little more productive as well. So I think it's a good get. I like that dude. I like that tight end. He's a damn good tight end there coming out of Michigan. So
he's the only productivity that happened with Michigan against Texas, and you could argue, like, even with the productivity that he had was with, I don't want to say bum quarterbacks, but I mean, not the run of the mill, right?
Yeah. It was definitely
in a league with QB disparity, or in it's a league, the National College Football League, right? Basically, you can call it that. In that entire league, there was disparity with quarterback play, it seemed, and Michigan didn't exactly have one of the better ones,
Right. Yeah. You look at the year before and it's like, okay, I mean, that's the way college football is right now. I mean, there was a lot that happened in between those 2 seasons right there for him. So it's a good get for Chicago. And
that's where the Bears go.
And just think about that, because what's so cool about watching this last night is, and I heard, so what feed did you watch? Because I know you had,
I watched NFL Network.
You watch NFL Network. Okay. I was kind of going back and forth. And it's one of those things to where now Mel Kiper needs to calm his ass down. So that dude was on ESPN, and that guy you should have heard him for Sanders. Dude, he's like, are you on the payroll here, dude? It's like you had to turn that thing off. That dude was so out of control.
I honestly had the sound down for everybody on the NFL draft, and I was watching, basketball, and I had the sound up for basketball and hockey, just so I could hear, if something, just audio alerts, right? Like if something happened that I wasn't paying attention to, I could snap my neck over real quick and check it out.
Yeah, it was initially I had it on ABC for Laura Rutledge. And then when the whole trade there at number 2 went down, it was like, I see everybody posting the trade had gone down. They still hadn't said it on the ABC feed yet. And I'm like, okay, so I go to NFL Network, boom, there it is. And then I go to ESPN to where Kuiper's over there having a brain hemorrhage because of everything that Shedeur not getting picked. But yeah, NFL definitely the way to go right there. So look, Cleveland with Travis Hunter. Look, you got to energize, and this is where Shedeur would probably be a good pick for them in round 2. You got to energize the fan
was
base,
drafted
right?
by Jacksonville, or excuse me, Hunter was drafted by Jacksonville.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's right, Jacksonville. Jacksonville going to make the move right there because it's the same correlation between the two to where you need some excitement in that fan base. You've got a quarterback, so you think. But both of those fan bases need some excitement. That's a good move by Jacksonville to go get that guy. I thought that they were going to chase Genty at 5, to be honest with you.
You thought they were going to move up to go get Ashton Genty?
No, I thought that they would get Genty at number 5.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Because he went at 6. So I thought they were sitting in a pretty good spot right there. But look, Travis Hunter, boom, there you go. You can't really go wrong with that guy.
They got Brian Thomas last year, right? And he started to emerge a little bit for J-Law here, but or for T-Law here, but I guess Jacksonville plans to utilize Hunter as a wide receiver too. Maybe give him another weapon to work in with ETN as well. I'm assuming that he is going to play both ways at Jacksonville. Like they absolutely need the help. I just don't know how long he can sustain it. And if you're betting on Hunter to be the offensive piece that you need to flip the switch on for T-Law, I don't know if that's it. I don't know if that's going to connect the dots for you. I honestly see this guy as a better defensive back than a wide receiver. But again, he is a prototype. I heard Klatt say it last night. He is one of one. Like there really hasn't been anyone like this. I just think the league is, and I've never played one snap in the league. I've never even had a practice. I just think it would be too physically demanding on someone day in and day out at that level of play.
Yeah. I know it's been done.
I would love to see him prove me wrong.
Hey, you and me both, man. I know it's been done before. You've had few that have done
every game. Like that's what his snap count was. Was like over 200 snaps, right?
Yeah.
Like each game. That's incredible. Just how many times? Like in each snap, you're anything could happen each snap, right? And I'm talking injury here. I'm just wishing the guy a healthy, long, sustainable career, and I hope he ends up, moving into one of the best defensive backs that we're all trying to have him play into fruition. But look, man, I think you do that better as a one-way player and not going both ways.
Totally. And then you have gadget plays because, a lot of folks are like, well, Deion did it. No, he didn't do. He was
on special teams. Like
and he didn't play every play on both sides. They would put him in on third down as whether a decoy or whatever the case would be. And that's the one thing that I go back to where people have told me, well, Deion Sanders was able to do it. I'm like, no, he didn't. No, he didn't. He might return a punt, but he wasn't playing. He was playing defense, but he wasn't playing every play.
Charles Woodson was one of my favorite players to ever do it. And if he could, and I'm not just saying it because he's my favorite player, but Charles Woodson to me was one of the best athletes I've ever seen. And it was tough for him to do it. I'm marveling at the fact that somebody wants to try and make it happen. Again, please prove me wrong so I can watch it. I think we would all love to see it happen. Like, prove me wrong.
Absolutely. It would be spectacular to watch, but it's like, I talk about the $6 million man, Steve Austin, not the wrestler, the other guy, Lee Majors, the fall guy. Every time that I mention this, football players now, the game, faster, stronger, more dynamic. You can't do it. You shouldn't do it. If you're Jacksonville, utilize that guy on one, and then you have plays for him. You have plays for him. Like the lineman, when they bring the fat guy in to block, put that dude out there in the slot every now and then.
What was your biggest surprise of the draft?
I mean, it's kind of hard to say that it wasn't the Shedeur Sanders not getting picked, because I
didn't find that a surprise at all after seeing all the mock drafts come out.
Yeah, I don't think that it.
And then they made such a roar about it with the anonymous quote and the anonymous comment there. I watched NFL.com's or NFL Network's broadcast, and I think it was a shot at ESPN, but they were basically calling somebody out. If you're going to put your name on, if you're going to put something out there like that, don't be a coward and sit there and say anonymously, this is what happened to kind of make somebody's draft stock fall down. Own up on it, put your name on it, and own up on it.
Yeah, well, I mean, and that's Mel Kiper. I mean, this dude was comparing him to the greatest of the greats last night, man. I'm like, dude, don't even go that way. I mean, you see what's happening. Here's what surprised me last night, and I'm glad, because I like this kind of surprise, especially when we talk about ESPN or whoever. Because our man Kelvin Banks had been getting some shade, it seemed like, for whatever reason.
Good landing spot for Banks at New Orleans.
I think it's a good spot for him. I think he can be an anchor there. I mean, I think he can be an anchor there, because I think the versatility of him, you might be able to play him at guard and move him out to tackle here at some point as he goes into the league. I'm glad he went in the top 10, Wags, because I think we had talked about it to where I had even seen him projected at points at the bottom of the first round, which may have been better for him because he may have wound up, one of these teams that's just adding pieces. But
right.
the fact that he went into the top 10, and I think he will do well in New Orleans, and he's going to be in a system where you're building, and you've got Kellen Moore that's going to try to put that offense together if they can figure out the quarterback thing and get those pieces in place. I think that's a really good spot for him. And I like that, in this case, the Saints recognize the true value in that offensive lineman. I'll take the cap off to not be a Texas homer, that recognize the value in that offensive lineman, because I truly think that he was because he had 1A and 1B in offensive lineman with Will and Banks here. He maybe is 1B, good pick and good for him, because he is that good. And I think he's going to be a great offensive lineman in this league for a long time.
I thought San Francisco absolutely knocked their pick out of the park. Mikael Williams.
Yeah.
Mikael Williams, absolutely. I know Jordan wanted Walker, but Williams is fantastic. So again, San Francisco knocks it out of the park with their pick there. I thought the crazy thing for me, and I guess it wasn't too crazy. Well, one, Giants coming up and getting Darton one. And then also Golden sliding down as far. Like I thought for sure he'd be gone, within the first 15 picks. I was that convinced. Fastest wide receiver, best hands. But nope. He found himself one hell of a landing spot though, man. The superstar of the night ends up going to the host team of Green Bay, or the host draft party of Green Bay. First time since 2 decades since they picked. I don't actually know. Is it 2002 or 2004?
2002.
I don't. Okay, 2002. I guessed on that. Since they drafted a wide receiver. But look, he's ready to be wide receiver number 1, man. And look, I'm excited for the dude. It looks like he was ready to get rocking right away. And yeah, Jordan Love, man, here we go. You get another little piece. Both my quarterbacks got 2 really good pieces.
And this is again,
I got Caleb Williams and Jordan Love in one of my main money haul dynasty league. So,
and this is again another great situation to where, maybe you go a little bit later in the draft, but I ain't got no problem going to Green Bay. Are you kidding me? A dude with a talent set like Matt Golden has,
growing too, right? It's a squad that is not trickling out. They're in the playoffs and they're getting better.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's what's so funny to watch. Like last night, where you watch the first part of the draft, and whatever broadcast I was watching, kind of read my mind, to where it's like first part of the draft, it's like, when you need a piece and you go to the junkyard, you go to pick and pull, and you're over there with a crescent wrench or torque wrench trying to pull every piece that you can to put your car together. And then you get to the later parts in the draft where it's like one dude that goes over there, oh, I need a fuel pump to make my car run good. They're getting one piece, and these guys adding pieces like that. That's what Matthew Golden has done right here. Here's one that I'm curious to watch, because I have been really back and forth with Shamar Stewart from Texas A&M, because that dude really seems to have a lot of good intangibles. But when you look at production,
Brian Billick with all the intangibles here.
With all the intangibles,
whenever I hear intangibles, I think of Billick.
He seems to have all the intangibles, but when you look at his stats, they're just not that good. They're just not that good. And again, Texas A&M has been, mid SEC. So, I mean, that's part of it there. There were changes in systems and so forth, but him going to the Bengals, I don't know. That's an interesting study right there to see what the edge from Texas A&M does as he goes at number 17.
I'm curious. We were kind of flirting with this a little bit in crosstalk, right? And I kind of wanted to get the boys' thoughts on this too. I'd love to hear TSU family's thoughts on this. Travion Henderson, right?
Mm-hmm.
Ollie Gordon. There's some big name backs out here that's still waiting to find a home. Like, is there a chance maybe Dallas has done some research on this and maybe they're allowing a running back to kind of fault them? Sure, they reached for an offensive lineman that would have been there, but I mean, is there a chance maybe that they're allowing this, I would say, saturated running back class here? Are they allowing them to kind of fall in place?
I
love Henderson. I don't know why he's not off. I know NFL GMs don't like running backs these days, but
it's been my thought with the Cowboys that maybe they have done their homework here, because that's like, I mentioned yesterday. I mean, this running back pool is one that I'm really, really curious to see what happens. And I mean, and if you don't get Henderson, I mean, go get Quinshon Judkins. I mean, the dude that's with him in the same running back room. I mean, I think that's a great option there as well. So those pieces are there, but then we're dealing with the Cowboys.
That is a nasty tandem, man.
Isn't that crazy? I mean, that's the whole thing about it, where you look at this and it's like, okay,
was that the best backfield last year?
The Cowboy fan in me wants to be like, okay, there's not a way that they can mess this up, right? I mean, there's not a way that they can mess this up. I just hope that they realize, because they like drafting offensive linemen and taking guys that they fall in love with that are just kind of, I don't know. But yeah, if they don't take one of the two Ohio State guys, because one may go early, the one you mentioned, Henderson may go early. I got a feeling Judkins is going to be there. I hope you get that guy for Dallas. I'm just not sure they're that keen, Wags. Like you're talking about the goofy looking grandson. Every time that I think
that kid, I don't know. I wish I knew his name. Actually, I'm glad I don't know his name.
But. Now the granddaughter of
didn't even know that he had a granddaughter.
She's cute. She's cute. Were you surprised Will Johnson didn't get drafted?
I'm actually not surprised, because I mean, Jordan and Will brought up a really good point yesterday on their show. After Johnson got back from injury, like, he gave up a lot of passes. Like, he was picked on, right? And they were picking on him. I thought they were picking on him because of the injury, but they might have found something in his game. I was not shocked at all that he dropped so far. And for everybody, saying that Jade, it was crazy to see Jade get drafted before him. I don't think you did your homework at all. You're talking about the best defensive back in all of college football. So I love the landing spot for Jade.
That is a great land. That Denver defense.
Longhorn U essentially too. So
dude,
man, it's I'm excited. I'm excited for some of these Texas ball players. I'm excited for Matthew Golden. I think, of course, we were all flirting with the idea of him going to Seattle and being with Sam Darnold. But I love the spot that he's able to go in with a young wide receiver core and a young quarterback too, trending an offense that's trending up. It's good to see some of your guys be able to get to a spot where you feel like they're going to be able to produce, or you feel like they're going to have a decent NFL career.
I mean, just think about that for Jahdae Barron. I mean, you go to the Denver defense, which Denver's
going to have to go up against Worthy too, right?
Yeah,
like you're going to be going up against your homeboy.
Well, and Surtain's going to get the A+ guys. So you want to talk about an opportunity to make plays?
You think Surtain's going to get? He's going to draw a wide receiver one.
I would think so. I would think
so. I would think. I don't know if they're going to travel now. Like I would think
that's what I'm curious to see, if they have that confidence in him. Coming out of Texas. But man, that was when that pick was made. I was like, damn. Yeah. So for the Texas guys, for Golden and Jahdae Barron, man, and quite frankly, like I said, for Kelvin Banks, I mean, you get to go be a benchmark on that offensive line. You get to be on the rebuilding process of. Now, what does New Orleans do for a quarterback? I guess we go back to that question.
So I was in a little bit of a little draft talk room here last night, and some of my homeboys think that New Orleans could be tanking and making a move to get one Manning back in New Orleans.
I've thought that. I mean,
Manning is not leaving. Nick. We are not letting Manning leave Texas.
Yeah.
Right? It's not going to happen.
Yeah, they need to tank like 2 years if that's going to be the plan. But I'll tell you, who came out a huge winner in this, and all they did was
Houston, Texas.
Yeah, all they did was made a deal.
Sometimes you don't have to do anything, Rodney.
Yeah.
That's it. Sometimes people will, and that's what I was talking. Like, I didn't necessarily think too many people would be looking to move up. I thought people would be, teams would be sitting here waiting for, all right, well, this isn't exactly. I thought people would be doing a lot more of what Cleveland was doing. Like, I don't really have a guy that I want right here. Would you want this position? I'll give you a discounted rate. You know what I mean? Move on up here and come get your guy, Jacksonville. I thought that would be the trend a lot this past draft, but no, it was kind of just how it was mocked up, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and the whole thing is, Nick Caserio, I mean, that dude, he must have been a telemarketer in his past life, because that dude just sits there and make calls. He's making calls. They made a deal before the draft. And then, they're doing this and they're still very able. And this is where it kind of frustrates me on the Cowboy thing, to where it's like you kind of jump the gun a little bit there on your offensive line pick, to where Houston at number 34 is going to be in great shape to serve the need that they need. And that's offensive line. You know what I mean? So it's like, yeah, Houston's like,
who's best available for offensive linemen right now?
I would think it's what's the guy's name from Minnesota? Ursery, is that the guy's name? I think that's probably the dude that's left, because he had a couple that went right there in the first round. But yeah,
Wilson's
I think it's
still there. I was gonna say Jared Wilson's still there too. So
I think it might be the kid out of Minnesota. But regardless, it's like Houston. Yeah, man, you remember?
Oh yeah, E3 is Ursery. Ursery is there.
Yeah, and that's where it's like, that franchise was such a mess a while back, and now they're in what I was talking about, where it's like, okay, you know what? I need some wiper blades. Let me go get some wiper blades here to make my vehicle.
Just piecing this together, just taking their little focus on the machinery, right?
Yeah, that's the whole thing.
What Philly's doing, exactly what Philly's doing. Let's piece this thing together. All right, this is kind of where we need here a linebacker to be able to run sideline to sideline with everybody. I mean, just a man-child behemoth, 6'4". 240, but I mean, he'll probably be 250 when it comes to first snap or game one, week one here. But yeah, like able to run sideline to side and able to run Ashton Genty down. This is the prototypes that Philadelphia finds, man. And I sit here and say that Golden slipping was probably, one of the biggest surprises, but again, having Philadelphia come up and be able to get in there at the last second and take who's that damn linebacker? That's Campbell from Alabama. Just Classic Philly, man. Classic Philly. If it ain't Georgia, it's Alabama, but they're plucking the guys from the SEC, and that's kind of the recipe that you need if you want to have some success here in the NFL, man.
You know what I think was also genius last night, and this is like looking forward. This is like, because you look at Tampa Bay, and it's like they don't really need a receiver, but I mean, how long? I mean, those guys have been around for a while. Those guys have been around for a while. I mean, you got Godwin, and obviously over on the other side, but that Ibuka pick, that's like adding. That's forward thinking to where it's like, at some point these guys are going to Mike Evans.
Who, in your opinion, who had the best wide receiver room for college football last year?
Oh man, I mean, it's kind of hard to.
Ohio State had a pretty good room.
I was going to say Ohio State. I mean, you can look at Texas.
Ohio State had some good rooms across the board in that locker room.
Yeah, right? And that's why it's like, why was Ohio State so dominant? And it's like when you start breaking this draft down, it's like, oh shit, okay, I'm suddenly starting to realize why Ohio State was so dominant, because what are we talking about?
I love Miami's pick. I love Grant and Graham. I love them both. Like, I think Michigan's interior was fantastic. It was probably the sole reason why that in their heart, right, is the reason why they beat Ohio State in the regular season. But yeah, like I thought Miami knocked it out of the park. They needed to address some defense there. Shocking too. Like usually you think the Dolphins would try and shore up or make that well-oiled machine on the offense work, but surprised me a little bit in one defense here.
Yeah. And I mean, I have to say, I mean, we knew that Will Campbell was going to go early, but I mean, for the Patriots, because the Patriots, the Patriots may have won free agency, in my opinion, with everything that they did to start building, and you plop that in there. What do you need to do? I heard him talking about it last night. It's obvious. You got to take care of your young quarterback. You go and you get that dude, you get Will Campbell out of LSU, and that's a great move right there. That is a great move. You're filling your need, best available with your need right there. Of course, you're drafted number 4, and there's a reason that you're drafted number 4. But a good pick right there, and the Patriots will continue to get better. But yeah, it was. I mean, but back to the original question, the Sanders thing, I'm just not really that surprised, because as we got closer to last night, I mean, you started hearing he doesn't interview well, seems a little selfish. I don't
arrogant, sure.
Yeah, and look, man, he's never been coached by anyone but his dad. Like in Little League, you have one coach, and then you get to Pop Warner football, and that dad is not your coach. And
I will never frown upon somebody for betting on themselves. Right.
That's right.
Right, but it is all on the manner and how you conduct yourself and how you carry yourself. Okay, exactly. And I think what Shedeur did was embrace villainism. Like people were trying to hate him. People weren't trying to hate him. People were just hating him for being Deion's kid, and he embraced it. Like he's just like, you know what? And honestly, I can't sit here and say that I would have done something different. I probably would have done the same damn thing. Like if people have that much hate for me, F you. You know what I mean? Like again, I don't know the level of adversity Shedeur Sanders has seen in his life. But I mean, I could think coming from living in a household of a professional football player, things would come at you with some ease, right? And again, I'm not like a huge Deion follower or anything. He was one of my favorite players, but it appears like that he leads a pretty decent life outside of football. Like he raises people well, or he seemed to raise 2 decent young men. I think the antics that they have in terms of their arrogance is just based off of what they're, I don't know, reciprocating from. Again, I'm not saying that they
perception. Yeah,
I'm not saying that they're being baited off of their actions, but everybody needs to be accountable for your own. But when someone's berating you or whatever, it's pretty easy, especially when you're 20, to fire off with a chip on your shoulder and be like, you know what, F you, dude.
Yeah.
That's my only pass that I would give him.
And my little scouting report, which is nothing about Shedeur Sanders. And I think that it's just a little more obvious now. It's just more compounded with him because that spotlight is always on him because of his dad and because of his last name and retiring jerseys when they shouldn't have been and everything else. But Shedeur Sanders is like every other quarterback that we're talking about in this draft. He does some good things, but there's not anything that he does exceptionally well. You know, where it's like, I mean, Shedeur Sanders, to me, Shedeur Sanders is a great pocket passer. And you wouldn't think that out of a son of Deion Sanders, where you would think that he would be the more glorified
scrambler or whatever.
You know, doing these different things.
Well, that's just it. He's got the legs. That's what I don't understand about this, right? He's got the legs and he's got the skill set to extend the play and you know, throw the deep ball, but that's it. He does try to hit the home run way too much. He does not lay up.
He does, and I think that maybe that's a little bit of a caution light.
That's
or
a coaching
red
thing,
light.
sure. But that's a coaching thing, right? Like,
and I think that that's the thing to where it's like, okay, people see that intangible or lack thereof that intangible with him, and it's like, okay, we're going to have to coach that out of him. Nobody's ever tried to coach that out of him because I'm sure Deion hasn't tried to coach that out of him, and I think that that's part of that right there. But I mean, it really is. It's a no-brainer to me why he hasn't gotten drafted. There's nothing that blows you off the map about him other than his last name. And to a lot of people, that blows you off the map and blows you into an oblivion because
you got a lot of blowing going on here, huh? Cleveland, I think, had one hell of a draft. I love Graham.
Yeah,
Graham being coupled there with probably one of the best edge rushers in all the league there, Myles Garrett. We'll see what they can do on their defense. And then also they got a pick right out of the gate. We'll see if they address their quarterback needs and take Shedeur Sanders, and then they got to pick 4 picks later, or when's their next
32 and 36 or 7.
36. Thank you. 36. So they got one, and then they'll be turning around and getting ready to draft right there again. So
do you think that there's a snowball's chance in hell that if they're going to go get a quarterback that they go Milroe before they go Sanders?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't think. I mean, apparently Cleveland really liked, and apparently everybody liked this guy, right? And then it started falling apart after the article came out. I would think if I'm going to give I don't think it's going to be a bold prediction or anything, but I would think that Cleveland takes Shedeur Sanders with one of these next 2 picks here. They do need a quarterback. I'm also very intrigued to see what the Texans do. Texans got pick number 34 overall. We'll see what they do too. Bears are another intriguing team. They got 2 picks right out of the gate here. So day two could be pretty fun.
Yeah, with the Milroe thing, I saw something this morning to where like for day 2 mock, maybe with Milroe going to the Rams, and it's like, you guys know that I've had a hard on the Rams with whoever's going to get to sit behind Matthew Stafford and McVay, and I'm like, Milroe just doesn't seem to fit that to me. I mean, that doesn't seem. I mean, I think I go Tyler Shuck, but he may be gone by that time. So I don't know, but. Day 2 is going to be really interesting. It was just a lot last night, and also last night the other thing about it. What do we end up having? 2 trades to 3 trades? I don't know.
Only 2 trades.
Only 2 trades. And I thought that kind of one of the things leading into the draft that there was a lot of conversation to where there seems to be the probability that there are going to be so many trades happening, and they just didn't. They didn't. I mean, the ones that did were headline grabbers, but I don't know, man. But your Giants, I mean, wrong quarterback.
I want to see because Nick Chubb, right? Like Nick Chubb's I'm pretty sure Nick Chubb's a free agent. I don't know. I got to check on that status. But I would like to think that they would address their running back room too, right? Especially if Cleveland. I'm speaking of Cleveland. If Cleveland just went out and got Graham for their defensive line, they do need offense. They need an offensive line. But I'd like to think that they'd go out there and maybe take a flyer on like a Travion Henderson, an Ohio State product, keep it in state, bring him, shore up a little bit of that backfield that you kind of been relying on for so long. And when you don't have, a veteran quarter, or when you don't have your franchise quarterback, usually you like to lean on some decent young legs of a bell cow, right?
Yeah.
This could be a really good fit for Travion Henderson, and maybe they do find a way to bring Nick Chubb back.
Yeah. I thought
it combo here.
I thought at one point last night also with Matthew Golden, with a lot of people projecting him to Dallas. I don't know why I kind of thought that maybe he would end up in Carolina to try to get Bryce Young, a weapon out there. You've got you've got some running backs there now, but they go with McMillan.
Yeah, I don't T-Mac. That's a bad spot for you. Bud.
I thought that was that's the one that I can go. Yeah, that's not a good place, and I thought that was a little too early for that, for crying out loud. But yeah, I don't know about that one. That's the first one where I said, all right, here we go. But
so no crazy or bold predictions that's going to come from this weekend.
I mean, part of me says Dallas is still going to screw the pooch and not get a running back, but God, I hope I'm wrong. But I mean, I don't know at this point, man. I don't really know if there's anything left that it's just the Shedeur Sanders thing as everybody.
Your Texans are going to do
the Texans.
Yeah.
Yeah, Texans definitely going offensive line.
Wait, you are a Texans fan?
No, I'm a Cowboys fan. I'm a Cowboys fan.
That threw me off. Sorry, I thought you were Astros and Texans, but I guess you're Astros.
I'm a Cowboys supporter. I don't really call myself a fan anymore because, like people say, I thought the Cowboys
Raiders Nation were going nuts over the Ashton Genty pick.
Oh man, people excited. Hey, that's a guy that can do a whole lot for them.
I saw a post where someone had ceiling Walter Payton and then floor LaDainian Tomlinson. Oh. That's this guy's projections. Are you effing out of your mind? Like, that is, if I see that, you know what kind of pressure that is? Are you serious?
Yeah,
that's so you're saying I'm a Hall of Famer already? I haven't taken one snap. A lot of Hall of Famers in this draft class for not even taking a damn snap in the pros. So
isn't that the crazy thing? And that was the thing last night when I go to the ESPN thing when Kuiper's comparing people to.
God, I'm so glad I didn't watch ESPN. All you guys talking about this ESPN shit,
dude. It was so that dude. I left it on there on purpose.
ESPN's done, bro.
That guy is sitting at the desk, and this dude is so beat red trying to defend himself and bringing up all these legends. He goes through this list of guys.
Well, he's from Baltimore, so he's probably got high blood pressure.
I'm surprised he's still alive. After Pittsburgh did their pick at 21, I thought he was going to like pass out. But this dude starts talking about. So he's bringing up Joe Montana drafted wherever, and all these guys. I'm like, all you said Shedeur Sanders is the best player in the draft. Why are you bringing up those guys?
My door's shut and my wife just got home. But if that wasn't the case, I would give you my Mel Kiper impression. I turn the Baltimore accent on pretty thick. I can do a pretty good Mel Kiper, but I get loud. I get pretty loud with it.
Oh, so. We'll have to hear
that. That's it. She just got home, and I ain't trying. She's a legal assistant, and my door's open, so I'm not trying to piss her off. So
don't get in trouble.
When the boss just got home, boss been away for a while. So
that's right. Hey, you guys, Covert Bee Cave, new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV. If you're looking to do that this weekend or anytime, first start your search at covertbeecave.com. Check out the weekly, monthly specials. All of that's coming up right there. Memorial Day coming up at the end of May. So I'm absolutely sure, because that's where, you're off on Monday. So there's going to be a lot of maybe start planning ahead, because I'm sure on Memorial Day, the great folks at Covert Bee Cave will have some great specials put together for you right there. Need a bigger vehicle. You got a kiddo that's heading off to college. You need maybe a pre-owned vehicle that you're going to get them into that's reliable, that's pre-certified, all of that. Covert Bee Cave, they're going to take care of that for you. 42 beautiful acres of cars, trucks, SUVs, all of that out there in beautiful Bee Cave. Here's a look at our friends at Covert Bee Cave.
It's really a family experience. I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Absolutely. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. McCall Custom Homes. You see them right there over my shoulder. They will take care of you with your renovation project, whether it's a kitchen, a bathroom, needing to add a second story to your house, or if you need to expand and you need a custom build, McCall Custom Homes will take care of that for you. Over 40 years, father-son tandem right here doing amazing things. Hey, man, when I talk about people, I'm a true testimonial when it comes to McCall Custom Homes, because they have transformed our master bathroom into just a work of art. Show showed you the shower on Monday, man, and I am clean. 2.5 showers a day. I just went and stood in there for the hell of it the other day just because it feels so good in there. It's McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Check them out, the gallery of projects. Get a hold of our man, Mike. He will come, and free estimates for TSU listeners. Check them out, McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com.
All right, amigo. Got anything that we need to get off the bill before we? We didn't talk. We talked all football. We didn't talk any hockey. We didn't talk any basketball. Got any predictions for this Friday? Got any Friday feelers? Huh?
Friday feelers. Yeah, you know, I've been so entrenched in NFL. I mean, I know what went down in the NBA last night, but I didn't.
The biggest comeback in might have been history. It was like fucking 30 points, I think.
Yeah,
like, and I literally I had that game on the little small box because I thought it was over, and then here comes damn Oklahoma City roaring back. I mean, thundering back, no pun intended, to take down the Grizzlies and make this thing to a 3-0 lead. And I mean, John Morant now.
Yeah.
So like, they're done. Grizzlies are done.
Yeah.
See, this is a sweep.
Yeah, I think what'll be curious to see over the weekend is with the Warriors. I mean, do you have Jimmy Butler in a series where I once thought that it was going to be okay? Here's Golden State.
Jimmy Butler's going to play.
Oh, I'm sure he's going to play. I'm sure he's going to play. And I think that. So let's see. When is that? Is that Saturday or Sunday? That's Sunday.
Tomorrow.
Oh, that's tomorrow. Okay, so I'm curious what the layoff there. What you get? Probably about a day. You'll probably get a day there in between.
Yeah, that's tomorrow.
Yeah. I think he will play. But this is kind of giving the Rockets an opening, I think, to maybe persevere. But I don't know, man. Something about this Warriors team. Well,
going back to Oracle here. So
yeah, maybe
it's going to Oracle for the first time this series. So and you know, everybody's home building gets electric, right? But Oracle gets pretty electric.
Clippers roll.
Clippers are this is where I was wrong. All right. This is the team that I really got absolutely wrong. Like I thought Denver would come in here and dismantle them. I was calling a gentleman sweep, and holy hell, I don't know if Denver is going to win a game now, man. Or win another game rather. But yeah, Clippers. What is Kawhi trolling us? Like, what the hell is going on? Like, I thought this dude was done, and now he's coming back, and he's just making a miraculous resurgence here, man. It's just crazy. Absolutely nuts.
He decided he's ready to play. You know how it goes. He's drinking funky Cole Medina. He's ready to go. It's giving him
what we do, baby.
Giving him that energy. Caps Canadians tonight, my man. 7:00 on TNT. 7, 6, not sure, but. What's the call?
Should Bucky pick the Habs to win? So should fall in favor of our boys skating well tonight. Mm-hmm. It's been Thompson's been fantastic. All right, like that's we just need to stay with the good peripherals here and keep Logan upright, and have some decent pairs in front of him here to take up all the loose trash and get it out of there, and hopefully Thompson can come on top. It's this series isn't exactly what I'm worried about. Like I'm
down the road,
looking to the next one over and hoping something happens to Carolina, because Carolina is the team that scares me.
Yeah. All 0-2 series will be your 3 on the ice tonight. So yeah, you'll get that with mixtured with your 2 rounds of NFL draft tonight.
Tell you what, man, Minnesota looks pretty damn good. Gustafsson, man, he was on last night. He was absolutely on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we do need to. I talked to our man Tom for a little bit last night, just kind of general bullshit back and forth, and we do need to get him on next week. Kind of compare his picks with everything, the Tom McKay system this weekend, right, Wags? If you're gonna be intaking all this stuff, NASCAR at Talladega on Sunday.
Yeah, do it with audio-visual consultations, man. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. Whether it's hockey or trying to see your Caps, try and make this thing happen, or your Stars make this thing happen, or you're trying to see Houston or Golden State on Saturday night, you do it with audiovisual consultations. Just give them a call real quick, 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. Ask them about the video, but also ask them about that audio stuff, that Sonos surround sound system gets firing off too. Sure, looking at the video is great, but you don't want to hear all these, yahoos on TV, with bad pitches and terrible sound. You got to call them up and get that Sonos surround sound system. Or say maybe you got to walk away from the TV for a little bit, right, and go to another room. Hell, with that Sonos surround sound system, you hear it in every room that you want. You can just select the zone that you want, turn it on, boom. I want to hear this audio in that room. It's that easy. It's with the simple click of your phone. The app goes on your phone too. You can walk and do it at the same time. Hell, some people that can't even chew gum and walk at the same time are able to do this with the Sonos surround sound system. It is audiovisual consultations, 512-255-8678. That's audiovisualconsultations.com, avconsultations.com.
There they are. Here in the program, we do talk a lot of times about different things going on in the sports world, maybe even off the field. I saw this morning, 10:30 this morning, Adrian Peterson last night at a draft party, drives himself home and gets a driving while intoxicated charge in Minnesota.
Oh, what do you know?
Come on, man. Come on, dude. Come on, man. Take an Uber.
Orioles salvage one. They keep one from the Wally Greens there, 2-1. Able to take one out of the series. Any bold predictions this weekend? Anything crazy?
Man, I think everything. I think everything seems to be in place. I can't really think. The draft is going to be, I guess, where we're going to. I got a feeling Shedeur Sanders might fall even further. Wags.
I don't. I think he's the first person picked tonight.
Today. I kind of hope it does, just so we stop talking about it and hearing about it. I think there's going to be a blockbuster trade. I think we're going to have some kind of trade probably today in these 2 rounds of the NFL draft today, where you may get an important player or two.
I would have said that too, but I would have said Philly would have done that, right? Like Philly doesn't really need anything. They're kind of just doing what you're talking. Like they're taking their focused picks, right? Yeah. And kind of finding their supplement, right? Or not their succession. They're finding their succession plan. That's kind of what Philly's doing and honing in on this. I thought Philly would be, just with their bat phone, just waiting on calls, being like, "Hey, man, can we get your pick here? Sure. What are you willing to offer that? I'll take a couple more picks. Sure, I'll line it up." I thought they were going to go with the Belichick way, just sitting there taking in draft capital, man. But they actually go after it and pick up. Hone in, make a trade to go get Campbell. That I keep saying Golden Fallen was probably the surprise of the draft, but Philly taking that to go get another alpha at the end of the first. Classic Philly, man. And Philly's probably that move there is probably going to keep Philly at the top. Well, it's moves like that's going to keep Philly at the top of the NFC for a while.
And the thing about it is, that's that well-run organization that we talk about. You're out there making moves. You're out there doing things, and it's like you don't settle. You don't get back on your heels, and you don't. Everything is so thought out. You don't do knee-jerk responses. Philadelphia sits there, and that's how they've built. That's how they've gotten to this point. Is they've sat there and they've made really, really good decisions and made themselves
no-brainers, right? Georgia here, Georgia there, and Alabama sprinkled there.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? They do shit, and it's like, how did they pull that off? How did they pull that off?
And we talk about this too, right? We talk about the teams usually at the Super Bowl, right? The good teams, they don't get to pick until the end of the draft, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's every year, okay? But these teams are hitting home runs on cog players from these championship teams, right? Like trench warfare gurus. Okay, sure, maybe not getting the marquee name placards out there, right? But also getting some solid All-Americans that are inside the trenches. That's what Philly's been doing, and then shoring up their defensive backfield as well. But usually honing in on their defense in their offensive line or their defensive line. That's what they've addressed, and they've done it with the best program or the best program, a couple of the best programs in the college football landscape over the past couple of years.
Yeah.
Learn from Philly, guys. Learn from Philly. They're doing it right.
Yeah.
They're doing it right.
And if there was any question about Detroit maybe taking a step back, I mean, because they lose coordinators, that's fine. They still have the same front office. They still have the same head coach. What did they do? They went and found a guy sitting in the draft that fits their biggest need, defensive line. Go get a big defensive tackle because you've had guys beat up, and that's your need. Well-run organization.
Hey, there they are. What's up, guys?
What up?
Did you know the entire time that the Giants would trade up to your Houston Texans there, Turboff? I was
I didn't know it. We're what, almost 12 hours, and I'm still just as mad. Golden getting picked 2 picks ahead, that I can deal with that. Although the Texans should have traded up.
Yep.
And then Josh Simmons going at 32 really, really, really hurt. Really.
Well, I'm hurt too because we traded with you guys to go up and get a quarterback that would have been there in the second round. So,
well, you could have given up a first because 1 pick later, the Falcons traded up for the Rams pick and they gave up a first. So all you had to give up for the Texans was, 9 spots below, 99 in the 3rd round next year. I mean, it was just a ridiculous trade.
What's Atlanta doing? I mean, that's give up for James Pierce Jr.
Yeah, dude. There's a lot of head scratchers last night.
Yeah. Hey, whatever.
And also, let's make some fun of the Cowboys. Although I do think Tyler Booker's a good pick. I think he's a really good player, but I just think it was a hell of a reach.
It's a reach, but here's the thing on reaches for me. Like if you know that's your dude, right? You're fuck the reach. Like go ahead, you got your guy, right? Like that's. But again, like I think you could have traded back and got some capital for it and still got the guy. But again, I say that, but then also, I'm not giving any credit to Dable for moving up and going and get their guy. So that absolutely ruined my night.
Okay, Wags.
Yeah.
Did you want them to draft a quarterback?
No.
Really? And
No.
if they did, who did you want it to be? Obviously not Cam Ward.
If a quarterback fell to him, I wouldn't mind seeing, a Will Howard fall to him. I wouldn't mind seeing a 4th rounder, right? Like the Giants, you went out and you got 2 veteran quarterbacks to come in there, and
they have no plan at quarterback.
100. They've never had a plan, Jordan. That's the problem.
In a lame duck year, and you make a move and go get.
So then you're also telling me like you're going and getting mediocre quarterbacks to kind of, I guess, bridge together this last final hurrah from a head coach that's given his last straw, and also a GM, by the way, that's given his last straw too, right? So the Jackson Dart, Rodney and I kind of talked about this. The Jackson Dart move doesn't make sense because they're probably on their last year, right? And unless you're trying to insert Jackson Dart in immediately to see what your experiment's going to work with a Josh Allen. They tried to do the same shit with Daniel Jones. It didn't work. And they're trying to get that RPO method working with Jackson Dart here. Great. I don't think you're going to be around long enough to see this experiment come into play. And then the Giants are just going to be, it's what we talked about a couple of weeks ago. Giants are going to be, going right back into this purgatory place where they're trying to find a quarterback, and because the new GM and a new head coach is going to come in there and he's going to want his guy, right? It's the same recycled shit that happens, same Giants garbage.
Yep. Well, there's a video I want to show you.
What?
Check this.
Yeah,
out.
no, I saw this, guys. I saw the milk. I saw this. This is what Florida wasn't good. Florida wasn't good. Did you see the tweet that I posted to the New York Giants?
We're watching the whole thing.
I'm gonna find
Why
that
are you
one.
doing this to me? It's Friday. And then
Give him a break.
Then he's gonna grab his head. Goes right back out there. Nobody was there. There he is. That's the one.
That's him throwing to Dallas this year. That's what Dallas is going to do to him.
Man,
He's not going to see the field. That's the whole thing. He's
The
not
funny,
that game could have put them into the national championship or put them in the playoff in the national championship. Florida was not a good team. Absolutely. And they were awful at that point. And he threw that game away.
Yeah, hey, I mean, they had a worse loss to Kentucky at home, actually, where he also played like ass. And it was the first time Kentucky had won in Oxford since like 1981 or something.
Yeah,
I thought it was like pre-Jim Crow. Like I thought it had been longer than that.
Yeah, no, I had a buddy on the Kentucky staff last year, and I watched that full game and texted him after, like, congrats, y'all haven't won there since then. And he was like, yeah, we pulled it out, but not great. But with Dart in that game specifically, the fact that didn't really show, but the fact that the camera kept cutting to him after each pick, and he's just like
brutal,
crying.
And
the fact that he threw 3 interceptions in a minute 38 of game clock because they used timeouts and Florida couldn't get first downs either.
You think that shit's gonna hold up in New York?
Yeah, no, it's a
meltdown.
Right in.
Absolute meltdown.
Yeah. No, it's a great draft. What are your thoughts on?
And when I evaluate people, right, it's not on their greatness. It's how they handle themselves in tight moments in their failures. Honestly, I evaluate their failures. This was a tumultuous failure.
Do you know what the contract length is for Jameis or Russell Wilson?
I don't. I would assume. I think it's 2. I think it's 2 with Russ.
I think it's 1 for 4 with Jameis.
I don't know what Jameis is. I just.
Wags, do you believe that at all? That Joe Schoen's son is the reason the Jackson Dart is a giant? That he has kind of pushed this agenda over the last few months, and
I don't know what to believe with the Schoen family anymore. Schoen, I heard that Schoen is getting influenced by Dan Morgan. So
and Wags was over here casting shade at my nephew Jerry Jones' grandson, saying that he looked goofy, and see they got the same problems going on.
That the prop there will be a prop tonight on the ugly grandson from Jerry Jones being on camera. As soon as it goes to that Dallas War Room, he's going to find his way to the center of the room and be, hey, look at my Johnny Walker granddaddy.
Are you? You know what? Which grandson are you talking about?
You know the ugly the ugliest one of them all, and
one of them walked on at Texas, right?
Not that guy.
Okay, I was just double checking.
Not the guy that played at Highland Park or Highland. Not the one that played for the Scots. I'm talking
almost all of them did. That's where the Jones family lives.
Well,
that's right. That's
this guy was probably the equipment manager.
Come on, man.
I have to ask Nick about him. Hopefully I can figure out which one he was that you're talking about.
You know, he's the one that finds the center of the camera, the center of the room every time the camera comes on. Everybody knows which one I'm talking.
So he must be next to Jerry all the time.
The high ass hairline, right? It's fading away, and he's probably only 20-some years old because he's drinking too much Johnny Walker.
Well, he's a nice guy.
I don't know. And there's my. That's what happens when the Giants make bad moves. I go out and do that Texas A&M Aggie shit. So
all right, I know they kind of have needs everywhere, but like, what are the true main needs for day 2, day 3
for the Giants?
Yeah,
guys, I got to jump. Got a conference call
later, brother. I would say they addressed their defense, which that's one that I would think that most Giants fan bases wanted to go to. But of course, you got to go with your interior line. You got to go with your offense. You got to go with your left tackle as well to keep up whoever you're going to put in that offensive quarterback position.
Yeah. Hey, at least I got Abdul Carter.
But they almost messed that up. Like, that's the thing. Like, I heard they were trying to trade out. Now, of course, I'm embellishing. Like, that's a pick that you really can't miss.
Like,
right? When you're looking for edge rushers, you go to Penn State or go to State College, and hopefully you can find something there.
If you had traded out of 3 and gotten the same type of package that Cleveland got,
I think so. I think Cleveland won the draft. Like, I love Graham. I love Graham's pick. I can't wait to see what they're going to do with their first 2 picks. I'm pretty sure Shedeur Sanders comes off the board.
I mean, they've won if they can get him in the second round.
I mean, Abdul Carter is like arguably the most surefire pick in the entire draft.
I would say it was a can't miss, right? Like I'm happy with that pick, but then they just classic Giants, classic table.
You need hopefully Abdul Carter makes Kayvon Thibodeau actually put it together.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, I mean,
like,
hold some accountability up on that.
Yeah. Like what's the saying? A Chrysler 300 looks like a Rolls Royce until a Rolls Royce actually pulls up. That's Kayvon Thibodeau and Abdul Carter.
No shit. It was a sexy pick, but it still hadn't really emerged on the field yet.
They putting Thibodeau on weak side now?
What's that?
They putting Thibodeau on weak side now immediately?
That's a good. He'll probably go to the Willie, I would think. But yeah, one quick nugget I wanted to get at you guys before I got out of here too. I kind of mentioned this to Jordan offhand, but what were your all's thoughts on San Francisco's pick? I thought they knocked that out of the park. I love Walker.
Well, they didn't get Jalen Walker.
Mikael Williams.
Yeah. I personally wanted Jalen Walker since he fell. They don't have any linebackers really worth a fuck in terms of NFL standards besides Fred Warner. Dre Greenlaw left in for agency. Azeez Al-Shire left, a year or two ago. And both those guys were day 3 guys. Dre Greenlaw was a 6th-round pick. I believe Azeez Al-Shire is too. They've drafted linebackers well towards the end. But Jalen Walker is both a linebacker and an edge rusher, and those are 2 of the biggest needs. He can do both. And also, like, I saw some people talking about he didn't fit the scheme super well, and it's like, shit, I would have been cool with Jahad Campbell too. Like I'll take Mikael Williams. I'm not complaining. I like it. It fits a need. And I mean, with Bosa on the other side, he's going to face a lot of single teams, at least year 1. And
that's a nasty tandem, dude.
Yeah. And because Shamar Stewart is such like the freakazoid he is with the 0 production, everyone's centered on that. But Mikael Williams also like disappeared at times and did not finish.
What do you mean, like downs off?
Well, not downs off, just like he wasn't finishing the play. And kind of what Shamar Stewart was doing, where it seemed like sometimes he just had no plan once he actually got there. And I like the Mikael Williams pick more than Shamar Stewart. Stewart has a higher ceiling, but the Williams pick is safer. But I'm cool with it. Would have preferred a linebacker though, but we'll see what they can do. I'm not sure what the day 3 backers are looking like. Not sure if they would go for that position day 2. I don't know. Will, what were your thoughts?
I thought it was a good pick based on who was on the board there. I was kind of afraid that like the Niners were gonna do something really non-Niners like and get a skill position guy just based on the way this draft was going. Like it seemed like there was going to be a really weird pick,
like a wide receiver or something.
Colston Loveland, like I was like the Bears picking him made me think that we were going to get Warren off the board right after, and thinking maybe Niners would trade the pick. I actually like Mikael more than Jalen Walker, and I'm not sure if there's anyone he got picked after that I think he's a worse prospect than. I mean, it's like you could have drafted Walter Nolan, you could have drafted Shamar Stewart. Both those guys are going to be
studs.
Pretty confidently say busts. I mean, they will not be good players. I can confidently say it on Walter Nolan. I don't know about.
I think they got a chance to. I think they got a chance to actually make a decent career. I don't know if they'll be bust, but
I think Walter Nolan was a very bad pick. I don't think he'll live up to being a 16th pick.
Hey, I'm cool with it. He plays San Fran 2 times a year. I'm also just happy they didn't take Gray Zabel. I saw so many mock drafts about him going to San Fran, and I'm like, literally anyone but him. If they're taking a lineman, it has to be Kelvin. Speaking of Kelvin, like the amount of SEC
good landing spot.
What do you
Great
say?
Landing spot.
Well, the amount of like SEC fans, that's Georgia fans that are also Saints fans that are like, man, this is stupid. Like we were taking him now in front of Jalen Walker. These other guys like Jalen Walker, Mikael Williams busted his ass for 2 games. They played once. Kelvin Banks didn't play in the SC championship game. And like everyone's talking about it, he got whooped for 2 games. He didn't even get whooped for 1 game either. Those sacks that he gave up was Quinn sacking himself and kind of pissing down his leg versus Georgia. It's what it was, So he's the highest graded offensive lineman of all time in PFF college. So a great pick for them. I know they're pissed. The Saints fans, some of them are. They wanted, a sexier pick, but like,
how is that not
Shador is not the guy there.
How's
Jackson Dart is not the guy
But
there.
the Saints have really built. I mean, they drafted Talisi Fuga, or however you say his name. They drafted him first round last year. Then I'm pretty sure it was yesterday that they did not pick up the 5th-year option on Trevor Penning. So Banks is like very firmly the right tackle there.
And Mel Kiper also just he's losing the fastball.
I love Baltimore people, right? But he's lost it. Like he's in his bag. Maybe his wife left him. I don't know. He's in his feelings. That's for sure.
Hey, I'll tell you what. As a I don't want to call myself.
He's having a bad hair day. All right, he's having a bad hair day. All right,
he's been having a bad. I mean, he looks like he did 10 years ago
for 3 decades, buddy.
Yeah, but I don't want to get labeled a hater or the crazy shit that Colorado fans and Shador fans have been saying, but seeing ESPN lose their minds that he kept following was awesome.
I was watching NFL Network. Thank God.
I don't think, Jordan, watching that broadcast, I did not think that ESPN was losing their mind. I think that was the best case scenario for them. I think they wanted Shador to fall as much as he could.
No,
because they're getting more eyes on tomorrow now.
I know, but Mel Kiper, like come up for air. The amount of times Mel Kiper was just like, hey, Aaron Rodgers got drafted after all these guys. He's going to be in the Hall of Fame. All these guys went later than these other guys, and they're in the Hall. Like, he's talking about best case scenarios. You can't do that, especially with a prospect like Shador. And the rest of that broadcast team, or whatever you want to call it, we're all like, man, this is ridiculous. He keeps falling, all that. And the people online, this also pissed me off. The amount of people online that are like, man, anonymous quotes need to stop coming out right before the draft and just tanking their draft stats.
Oh, Joe Klatt made a whole segment on that.
Yeah, which was dumb as shit. Like, do you really think NFL teams are waiting till 48 hours before the draft to be like, oh, yeah, character, it's too much? Like, does anyone have any concept of how much work is done by these scouting and personnel teams to find stuff out? Like James Pierce, or a better example, A.D. Mitchell, right? Why did he fall in the second round? Because there was off the field stuff. It was never reported, and I'm not going to do that.
I think it was actually pretty heavily reported near the end there.
No, but what the actual off the field stuff was.
Yeah.
It wasn't him being a bad teammate. That was BS. I never heard anything on that. But there's something that happened at Georgia that was swept under the rug. And he falls. The entire NFL knew about it. Like, literally the entire NFL. They know stuff. They know much more stuff that's ever reported. So with Shador, do you really think an anonymous quote, he is entitled, he is cocky? No shit.
Arrogant.
He's been entitled to cocky since he was at Jackson State or whatnot. That's who he is. That's just who he is. That anonymous quote, whatever saying he was entitled and cocky, literally changed nothing for NFL teams. So I hate that that's being brought up as an example.
They moved him all the way down the draft board, Jordan. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, and it's just like, man, dude, can we be real? He's like 1-7 versus ranked teams.
Not good.
Plays in zero structure, takes horrible sacks himself more than Quinn Ewers did, which is impressive. And he also had the best player in college football on his team. So
do you think his main hit on him is that he looks for the home run ball? Because that is what I've been seeing the most, is that he doesn't take the check down. He doesn't, go with the layup. He's always trying to hit the home run ball and to kind of knock you out right then and there.
I don't read stuff on Shador because I don't care. But just like those are my thoughts, not a first round quarterback. There's non-first round QBs that go first round all the time. That's what that would have been if he was picked last night, but he wasn't. And he'll probably go 33 or 36, 37, whatever the Browns have. I know they have like 2 of the first 4 picks, I believe. But yeah, and CB, to answer your question, yes, the Bond sexual assault thing is definitely hurting his stock, but there is also stuff that was known by the NFL before that. So
one more quick one for me, guys, before I get out of here. I want to hear your comments off air here. First time caller. been listening for a long time though, guys. Just wanted to get your real quick thoughts here. With Denver selecting Jahdae Barron, do they have a chance to be one of the best defensive secondaries in all of the NFL to go up against one Pat Mahomes and Xavier Worthy? And I'll take your all's thoughts off the air, guys. See ya.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's great. That's also a great bit. But I mean, that's the best possible situation that Jahdae Barron could be in. Playing next to who I believe is all around the best cornerback in the NFL, the best cornerback in football, Pat Surtain. He's gonna eat there. That division, does not have none of the other three teams in the AFC West have a second elite receiver. The Raiders have no one. They have no one at receiver.
Hunter Renfrow.
Hunter Renfrow, I believe, runs an air conditioning company now. The Chiefs have, Worthy, and then who on the other side, like D-Hop is not a threat. He's 35 years old now. And then the Chargers have Quentin Johnson, who can't catch a ball. So even if one of those teams makes an improvement at wide receiver, like Jahdae is not going to have to guard. He's not going to have to guard the ace. He's going to have to guard I assume that he'll be playing the slot guy. But I think, he's going to be a great number 2 there. I think, like I said, Kelvin Banks ended up in a great position. And as upset as I am about Matthew Golden, not being a Houston Texan, seeing him walk out on that podium, getting to do the Go Pack Go, and being the only draft pick that, got to talk after being drafted. Oh, it's hard to be upset about that. But then the Texans trading back 2 picks later. I can be upset about that one.
Yeah. Real quick with Jahdae, like him and Surtain is a crazy combo, but also what people aren't bringing up. Well, I saw Texas fans are. Brandon Jones is still on that team.
Yeah.
You know who else is on that team that they signed?
Jordan Humphrey, right?
I think they let him walk in free agency, I believe. I might be wrong on that. But not sure if he's on the roster still. I know Malcolm Roach is and Ellinger are, though. And PJ Locke. But they signed Talanoa Hufanga from the 49ers. Safety out of USC from a couple years ago. Had a great rookie year, sophomore year at the Niners, and then just got injured, tried playing through injury, but was pretty ass last year, I won't lie. They had no intention of re-signing him because of that. They also didn't think he was healthy. But if he gets healthy, he can be a top safety in the league, potentially. At least that's the pace he was on as a rookie, in year 2. So really impressive group they have. One duo I want to talk about where it's, man, Malachi Starks to the Ravens.
I mean, come on. Like, the Ravens getting to make that pick, like, there needs to be laws in place for stuff like this. Like, Malachi Starks is probably a top 10 most, like, go-off potential. There's a very good chance that he could be the best safety in the NFL within the next 3 years. Like, there's just look at what he's done.
Their 2 safeties are Kyle Hamilton and Malachi. Like,
and they got him at 14 and 27.
Yeah.
Like, Kyle Hamilton was, if I remember correctly, bar none, like far and away the best safety in that class.
Correct, believe so.
And people were talking about drafting him top 5, and then people were talking about drafting him top 10. And then the Ravens weren't even. If I remember right, the Ravens traded up right before that happened. Like, they had a pick in the 20s. Obviously, they had been to the playoffs the year before, and they went out and got him. And they didn't give up that much, from what I remember. That was the same year that the Titans got fleeced for AJ Brown, and there were some really dumb trades made. That was the 22 draft, and this time, no one's really making trades in the middle of this draft. And you just say, well, it seems like people are getting a guy that they want, regardless of where they're picking. They don't want to trade back and wait for him. You saw it with the Cowboys. I really think you saw it. Let's see. Definitely saw it with the Cowboys. You saw it with the Bears for sure, although we know that the Bears would have taken Genty if he was there. They just didn't feel like giving up anything. I would imagine The Cardinals wanted Walter Nolan. Don't ask me why. Gray's able at 18. People say that's like a reach, but I saw him as high as 12. Like Nick was on yesterday and said, Gray's able to the Cowboys at 12 was not out of the question.
That would have been even funnier than Tyler Boyd.
It would have been pretty funny. Marion Hampton at 22 is a damn good pick. Although I hate drafting running backs in the first round.
Yeah, but don't.
He's going to fit into that.
LA signed Najee Harris. Who else is on that team?
I believe J.K. Dobbins and Blake Corum. So one of them's gone. Yeah, I would guess it's J.K. Dobbins.
I don't know their roster well enough.
Well, the thing is, Jordan, I don't know if you knew this, but Najee Harris is not a good football player.
Oh yeah, no, he looks pretty.
He sucks.
Yeah. One team that I feel like got really lucky, the Colts. Like it was reported all throughout yesterday, they were trying to trade up into the top 10 to take Tyler Warren. And like the Bears picked the wrong tight end. You're supposed to take Tyler Warren first. I know there's some, discourse amongst that, but the consensus seemed Tyler Warren was tight end 1. And kind of feel the same way. And, shout out Indy. Maybe he can play quarterback. Was a high school quarterback because they also need that too eventually. But
Jordan, did you notice that when they showed the QB situations, I think it was once we got to like 10 or 11, and it was like the next 10 picks, and they said, who the starting quarterback is for each of these teams. And for the Colts, it said A. Richardson / D. Jones. Do you know how bad you have to be for / D. Jones to be next to your name? Like that is, I would imagine, the top 5 worst thing that could happen to a football career.
I'm just
other than being Daniel Jones.
I don't know. He could still play in the league if he can swallow his pride and switch to running back. He's got like another year to try this quarterback thing, and then you got to make a decision.
How about you put 20 pounds on him and make him a fullback and bring the NFL back? Like he could be a revolutionary. He just doesn't realize it.
Yeah. Ted McMillan at 8. That was a interesting pick. Everyone thought Jalen Walker was going to go to Carolina then. They end up getting McMillan. Have Thielen, Xavier Legette. Thielen's getting older, though, so they had to get someone better. Also kind of a cool story. Went to Servite, which is one of Modern Day's main rivals, and Bryce Young is also obviously, a Modern Day alum. Also kind of cool that Mason Graham, Ted McMillan, I think the ESPN broadcast talked about it, but just briefly, they went to the same high school. So, pretty cool story there. 2 top 8 picks for Servite High School out of Anaheim.
Yeah. Sorry, 1 second, Jordan. Did Carolina have a second first-round pick last year, or have they really drafted wide receivers in the last 2 drafts?
I mean, I know they got Legette. I can't remember if they had another pick. I don't think so.
I don't think they did. And for a team this bad, like I think Xavier Legette is all right. He didn't have a great year, but he also had an awful quarterback situation for the first half of the season. I just don't think that like they're building Bryce Young for success here. I think it's easy to be like, we're going to draft 2 wide receivers for you, and you're going to be good. But that offensive line was awful. I mean, he needs like a top 5 offensive line in the league to succeed because of the size constraints. I think Ted McMillan is going to be the offensive rookie of the year pretty comfortably. If Bryce can get him the ball, I thought that either, Arizona or Carolina were the best spots for him, but I just think Carolina has a lot of problems. I think they should have been one of those teams that was looking to get in the teens and 20s. But that's one of those teams that has never been run well. And if it works out, then, happy to go back on this clip and say I was wrong, but that offensive line was awful. Their defense was awful. I just don't see any way where Ted McMillan gets them 2 or 3 more wins.
Yeah. One pick I thought was interesting was the Bucks at 19, taking Emeka Egbuka. I know Godwin's getting older. Obviously, Mike Evans getting older. And they had, was it Jalen McMillan was his name? Rookie last year, who's pretty damn good for them. I might be messing up his name. Yeah. They had a really good rookie receiver.
Guy from Washington, yes.
Yeah, who kind of, exceeded expectations for year 1. So, with the Emeka, I get it. I do think amongst the receiver prospects in this draft, he's the safest pick. He has a high floor. yes, there's all the things about him. He's never been receiver one at Ohio State. He's benefited from having all those other guys, that the defense focuses on the other side. But, I do think that I'm not saying he's going to be Mike Evans and rattle off 9 or 10,000 plus yard seasons, but like he can become a Tyler Lockett. What Tyler Lockett was for the Seahawks, he can be that for the Bucks. He's never going to be a top 10 receiver in the league, but he could be a guy who can consistently produce. And once Godwin and Evans really start, I guess getting older, well, that's the guy. But just I thought they could have got that in the second round, a similar receiver.
Yeah. I think Godwin is probably done, if not one more year. He tore his ACL or had some kind of bad leg injury, and he's a guy that's never really been hurt. So, when that happens, a guy that's been healthy his whole life and then has a bad injury in his mid-30s, he usually, is never the same again. I like that pick. I actually liked it more than them taking Golden, not just because I wanted Golden to stay on the board for a few more picks, but I think Emeka Egbuka has the most room for improvement. I'm not saying like he has the highest upside, but he kind of, you can tell that there's some things that, like I think the biggest thing for him in the combine and like the whole spring was like, oh, he's really smart. He knows what he's doing. He kind of creates these routes for himself. Like he's kind of been a coach, although the best clip of him like being coach at Ohio State is just telling Will Howard to throw the ball to Jeremiah Smith, and anyone could have told you that. But he is like, he was a leader there, and he's pretty smart. So, I think him playing alongside Mike Evans, who I consider to be, one of the greatest wide receivers of all time, I think it's going to be a great spot for him. I loved that pick. Derek Harmon, 21. Stinker. Derek Harmon, I think I said it yesterday. I don't like him. And I also think they should have just taken a quarterback. Like, you could have taken Dart or Shadur. And instead,
why do that
out there with fucking Mason Rudolph? Like, what are they doing? What is the plan here?
Why take Shadur or Dart when you can get a Ewers or a Tyler Shuck?
I thought you were going to say a Rodgers.
No. I mean, that might just be their plan, and they know they'll eventually figure it out. But, I mean, who knows?
Because I think at this point, what the Steelers should do is get Aaron Rodgers. As much as I don't like him, and as much as I hope he just goes away, I think they should get Aaron Rodgers, and then I think they should get Jalen Milroe late in the second or early in the third. And then, I mean, Jalen Milroe let a naysayer know in Bill O'Brien, Aaron Rodgers would be the biggest naysayer ever. And like, I think almost undoubtedly, like Jalen Milroe would be a great player if he had to sit behind Aaron Rodgers for a year. Not only from the fact that he's like gaining knowledge from, maybe the most talented quarterback to ever play the game. But Aaron Rodgers is not going to be nice to him. He's
Aaron Rodgers is a dickhead.
Yeah.
Like, bro, if he's not helping out Zach Wilson or Jordan Love and literally wants nothing to do with him, he's not doing shit for Jalen Milroe. And it's also hilarious.
Which fits into Milroe's whole thing of that nobody likes me. Bill O'Brien told me to become a running back. Aaron Rodgers is going to go in there and say some much worse things than that.
Yeah, I know. But like that, you got to build up confidence at this point in their career. There's no more like, oh, I'm proving everyone wrong. But just picturing Milroe and Aaron Rodgers in the same room is hilarious. Like all the stuff Milroe's about, reading the Bible before every game, all that, and just like Aaron Rodgers. Have you ever done ayahuasca, my friend? You ever sat in a dark room out in the woods in a cabin for like 4 days? Should check it out. So, I don't know. I would love Milroe with the Steelers, though. That'd be funny. Just him throwing piss missiles to DK Metcalf and George Pickens. Going to be hilarious. And one thing I'll say about the Matt Golden pick, I like Golden, don't get me wrong. Can he be a receiver one in the NFL and be the guy? I'm not sure. And
he's going to be a phenomenal number 2 for you.
Yeah, Green Bay doesn't have a true number 1. So curious to see how that unfolds. Also, one thing with Matt Golden didn't really it wasn't a problem at Texas, but at Houston, there were times when wasn't a great pass catcher. He had a few drops. He's never played in a game or an environment as cold as Green Bay.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm also curious to see how that happens. Do the drop problems come back? Perhaps, not sure. But just and also just like buy the house in Houston, my guy. Buy that property you were talking about. Yeah, and I know you sure as hell are not living in Green Bay in the offseason.
Yep.
The amount of interviews the dudes at the draft did were like, what are your thoughts on Green Bay? And I'm like, man, there ain't shit to do here. Like Genty and Cameron.
Yeah, Genty's saying that after living in Boise, Idaho. Although I think he's probably right. I think there probably is more to do in Boise than there is in Green Bay.
Yeah. So I don't know. With Jalen Milroe at the draft, that's also hilarious because
he really tried to let a naysayer know. Like really tried. He went all the way to Green Bay, Wisconsin to let a naysayer know. And it's I don't hate him going all the way up there. I think for some reason, like I think you'd actually rather be the guy in the green room than the guy like Will Levis, where they show you at home every single after every single pick, like they did in, whatever that was, 21. Also, Milroe had, two teammates get drafted, Jihad and Tyler Booker. So, I think there was a scenario where he could have gone in the first round. I just think it was probably about less than 20% of those scenarios. I didn't see this, CB, about DK going in. This is not surprising. He's not going to be happy there. I don't know why he's starting to sign a long-term deal. I don't think that's the team that's.
I wonder what the folks in the Steel City think of his dangling cross earrings.
Those may be.
They're not going to say shit to him. We'll beat their ass, but
yeah,
they're just very interesting fit there.
Oh, and also on the Packers wide receiver room, they have 3 guys that are really good, and we don't see this a lot, but I think like Romeo Doubs, Christian Watson, Jaden Reed, they're all there. And actually, Mecole Hardman's there, but I think Mecole's kind of well past his prime.
Yeah,
I would love to see Green Bay make a consolidation trade. Like, surely there's a wide receiver that needs to get paid. Jamar and T have both been paid. I'm trying to think of like who's up here. Guys that were drafted in 20 or 21. Has Jalen Waddle been extended yet?
I mean, I don't know, but also, if you're Green Bay and you have those guys, and you just drafted a wide receiver in the first round for the first time in like 30 years, you're not going to go pay someone out the ass in free agency. They're going to at least see how this works this year. So
if they want to be elite, I think they do need a second of true wide receiver one. I do think that Jaden Reed can be that guy for you, and I actually think Watson could too, but I just don't think we've seen it all put together because we haven't seen a full season of Jordan Love yet, right? Did he play a full season in 23?
I'm not sure, but even with Waddle, is Waddle a true number one, or at least with the Packers, is he?
Yeah, we haven't seen it, and in the times we have seen it, he's been banged up too. So I'm not sure. Are the Niners looking to move on from Ayuk?
I don't know.
Not that he's one either.
Yeah, that every other month there's some new bullshit there. He wants to trade. They're not going to trade him. Oh, they are going to trade him. He wants, an extension.
Okay, I'll say this.
FaceTime with what's his face, Jaden Daniels. Like, I'm kind of tired of Ayuk. I'm not going to lie.
The Saints did not draft a quarterback, and I don't think they will. I think if they weren't taking one in the first, I don't think they're going to take a guy that will start for them. You may remember in week 3 or 4 last year, Derek Carr threw about 3 hospital balls to Chris Olave. He damn near ended his career. And Chris Olave's brother said, fuck Derek Carr, basically.
Hey,
he might have used those words. I'm not sure.
Carr and porn star Jimmy Garoppolo are the best hospital ball throwers I've ever seen in my life.
So Chris Olave is going to ask out of there, I would imagine, by the end of the year. What is he worth, first of all? And are the Packers ready to make a move like that? Is he worth a second-round pick?
Let's get away from the Packers for a little bit. Talk about Donovan Jackson. Great guy. Like the pick. I think there's a chance he could outplay Tyler Booker when it's all said and done. Getting to see Jackson not only just dominate a guard for Ohio State the majority of his college career, but also whenever Josh Simmons went down and they stuck his ass at left tackle, and there was not a difference at all in the play at left tackle. He's impressive. He's everything you want between the ears as a first rounder. There are never going to be any off the field issues.
Yeah.
And I mean, it has been a projectable first rounder since he was like 14 years old, and he's always been wired the right way. So I think that is a great pick for them.
Props to Episcopal High School. They've now put 2 guys in the first round in the last 5 years. Jalen Waddle was there. I think Donovan Jackson, Jalen Waddle I think Donovan Jackson was a freshman when Waddle was a senior. Not too sure about that. Trying to think of Waddle was in the 19 class, and Waddle was 18 or 19. I can't remember. Either way, Donovan Jackson was the class 21, so there was at least a year of crossover there. And they've also put Walker Little in the NFL, who I think is still with the Jags as an offensive lineman. Wilson. I don't even know who got drafted. They put some guys in the league.
Will, you just messed up. Have you heard about the Walker Little story with Texas? Apologies if I butcher this. CB and Jake Bayless might need your help on this, correcting the story. But years ago, when Walker Little was the number 1 offensive lineman prospect in the country or whatnot, Texas, they're trying to get him. The offensive line coach goes out to do a home visit right before signing day. Derek Warheim, I think was his name. I might be getting that wrong. Again, I'm going to need help with fact checking, CB. But during this home visit, the Texas offensive line coach apparently blew up the toilet. Like blew it up. Clogged, flushed, and it was just, no pun intended, a shitty situation. And left a bad stain, not only on the toilet, but on Texas's tan.
I've never heard about this.
Yeah, it's Jeff was way better at the details. Sorry, what were you saying?
Walker Little is still the highest rated prospect per 24/7 Sports of all time. He had a 103 rating.
No, he's not.
When he came out.
Jadeveon Clowney, I think, had 105. I don't know.
Walker Little was the number 1 player in the country in a class that had Chase Young, Cam Akers, Najee. This was actually not that great of a class looking back at it. Most of all the 5 stars did not get drafted. Stanford signed 3 5-stars this year. 2 of them got drafted. None of them got drafted in the first round. Foster Sarrell, I've never even heard of. I don't know. I don't believe he's in the NFL. And then the other one was the number 1 quarterback in the country, Davis Mills. My Houston Texan, Davis Mills, who has never been good. Although the signs are always there. He's always 2 years away from being 2 years away. But
yeah,
but that's that's what I was saying there. Also, I thought, go ahead.
I was just going to talk about James Pierce. What did you have?
Yeah, I don't think that's a good pick. I think you could have gotten James Pierce in the second.
Man, also James Pierce is from North Carolina. Like all of the red flags and the reason he fell to 26 is because of what he did in high school in North Carolina. Also Tennessee covered some stuff up, of course, swept under the rug. That being said, putting him in Atlanta, in 3 years, he's either an all-pro or like he's on his 4th team.
They also got a guy from Georgia.
Yeah. So,
so Atlanta has taken some problem guys over the last few years. They took Drake London, who's a stand-up guy and maybe one of the best locker room guys you can get. That was not a good pick. I'll go through the rest of these here, and I kind of want to get to the second round while we still have some time.
Yeah.
Tyreek Williams, good pick. Josh Connerly, not a big fan. I don't think I was not impressed with him at all at Oregon. And I really didn't think Gabriel was protected very well in some of the big games there, especially like in the first Ohio State game. Maxwell Harrison, the reason they took him is because of the questions around Will Johnson and the thought that maybe his knee is beyond repair at this point. So I've seen a lot of mocks in the second where he goes in the first 5 picks, first 10 picks. I think it's a Nakobe Dean situation where it's like, and I think that was different. That might have actually been, a mental thing and not a physical thing. I can't really remember. That was 3 years ago now. But Maxwell Harrison, that's a reach. If the Bills wanted a corner and they were going to draft a corner no matter what in the first round, then have at it. Harrison might have been the best guy after then. But I also thought that Nickem and Mormy could become a lot of different things in the NFL. And I'm very disappointed that he was not a first-round pick because he's no doubt about it, a first-round talent. Just not that many teams needed a safety this year. And we saw that. I mean, we only saw one. And it was Malachi Starks. Jihad at 31 to the Eagles. Great pick. I mean, they just have, end up getting handed someone in every draft. I'm not sure why they picked one up because I don't think the Chiefs were going to take Jihad Campbell, but like the pick, and I love the Simmons pick. I absolutely love it.
Yeah, that is. I mean, he's going top 10, top 15.
I said it already. I wish he was a Houston Texan.
Yeah. Will, I'm blanking. Who is the 4th team in the division? It's Buffalo, Miami, and Patriots. Who's the 4th team? Why am I blanking on this?
Miami.
No, it's Miami, Buffalo, and New England. Who's the 4th team?
Oh, the Jets.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. I don't know how Tyreek Hill is continuing to get away with some of the shit he does and not get suspended. But I don't know. I mean, that makes sense. He's the fastest corner in the draft. They also have Jalen Waddle. The Dolphins do. You're playing those guys two times a year. Jets have Garrett Wilson, not a burner, but still one of the best, I'd say, athletes at the position in the entire league, top to bottom athlete. And then the Patriots. It
could be good.
Who?
They've got Mr. T-Rex now on the left side, so that'll be interesting.
Yeah, he
did look
the Photoshop photo of him.
You see him in a suit. I think seeing him in a suit is almost worse than seeing him at the combine or pro day, because it's like, whoa. I mean, I'm not trying to be ableist here, but he does look like something is wrong with him. The body looks odd. It looks like he had some kind of growth issue at one point. He pulled up in the gangster SpongeBob suit last night, so I really like that too.
Man, the photo of him that kept getting posted on Twitter last night, where he's celebrating a touchdown at LSU and his arms are like the size of chicken wings. Hilarious. Yeah, love that one. All right.
Also, I want to do one more thing before we get to these second round projections. Shamar Stewart set the world record for dap ups last night. He had to wait all the way until he got picked. What was it? 17, 18. And he dapped up every single player that was in the green room before they got there. I thought it was just the funniest thing ever, because he doesn't know most of these guys past a what's up level.
Maxwell Harrison was. Do you see what he was doing?
He was in the green room.
Yeah, he was there, and
I tuned out by that point.
His table or couch or whatever was the closest to the hallway they have to go through to walk to the stage.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about now.
Every single guy that kept coming by, he was saying what's up and congratulating them. And he was the last one to go, so he might have had more dap-ups than Shamar did. One thing, this is completely random, but just off the top of your head. You're a player in the draft. Ignore the coach, setup of the team, roster structure, how good they are. Ignore all that shit. You're a player in the draft. What city do you want to go to? Give me your top 3 in order.
This is a good question. I'm going to say Miami, number 1. I'm going to say, Miami's far and away number 1 for me. I'm going to say Philly, number 2.
What? Have you been to Philadelphia?
Because I don't think a lot of those guys live in Philadelphia. I think they live in nice parts of Pennsylvania, and there are some nice little suburbs around Philly.
Have you been there, though, to Philly?
No, I haven't.
Okay. That's why that's the answer.
LA? I don't know. I don't think LA is that great of a place to live. I hate to say it, but Dallas, maybe a top 3. New York definitely isn't. I think playing for one of those New York teams would really suck. because of the commute, and like you're playing in New Jersey. Like those guys live in New Jersey and they spend all their time in New Jersey, and that's no fun. I mean, that's the armpit of the country. Chicago's up there. I love Chicago. I've been to Chicago before, and I think that'd be a really cool place to live. There's my top 3.
I'm not going to include the Texas teams. Think outside the box. Probably San Fran. I'd be pissed about the taxes and stuff, but the Bay Area is awesome, and they're in Santa Clara, so you can kind of be away from the actual city a little bit. Probably Miami. Love Chicago. Chicago and Nashville are the only 2 places I've ever been in my life where it's like, yeah, I could actually picture myself living here one day. The only 2 places outside the state of Texas, I should say. So there's that. But second round, let's do it.
Yeah, second round. If Shedeur isn't the first pick of the second round, color me shocked. I don't see a way where with Cleveland having that pick that they don't take him. They win the draft. They do. They walk out. I said it earlier when Wags was still on. They've already won this draft. Although they passed on Julio Jones at one point, and we saw what Julio Jones ended up being. They passed on Travis Hunter. We'll see what he ends up being. He will be the defensive rookie of the year in my eyes. They Kenneth Grant, a guy who's going to play really well next to Myles Garrett. And I think if you want to start building your team to position group by position group, defensive line is always a good place to start. So I like Shedeur at 33, Texans at 34. I would imagine Luther Burden's the pick here. It's not a secret that the Texans wanted an offensive lineman in the first round. That's why they traded out, because Donovan Jackson was no longer there. Obviously, they weren't as high as on Josh Simmons and Josh Connolly as a lot of people thought they were, and especially Josh Simmons. So I would think that Luther Burden's the pick here. They won't take a flyer on Will Johnson. That's just not something that Nick Caserio and that Patriots way does. I've seen Jalen Noel, being a guy that has kind of arisen in the last couple days and weeks. But if you're going to take a receiver, I think Burden is far and away better than Jalen Noel, better than Elika Minor, better than Jack Beck. I think he's going to play great on the other side of Nico Collins. I'm not including Tank Dell in any kind of conversation about the Texans because he'll never be the same again. It's an unfortunate situation, but his leg falls off the bone like a chicken wing. I mean, that's all there is to it. You could go touch his leg right now, and I think it's
all right.
Yellow cup. You get what I'm getting at here. Yeah. A great player, great guy. Unfortunate situation. At 35, Tennessee has the pick. I've seen Mike Green a lot out of Marshall at edge.
Shit, if Luther Burden's there, they might take him.
Yeah, I think that's probably right. The thing is, there's not offensive linemen available early on in the second round. At least I don't think there are. Like, I'm looking at this mock from The Athletic, and they don't have anyone offensive lineman going until Tate Ratledge at 49 to the Bengals. Tate Ratledge is not 34 overall. If the Texans do that, we're going to have some serious conversations. Best overall player is Shedeur Sanders in the second round. Best non-quarterback available. There's a case to be made for the running back, Caleb Johnson and Trevion Henderson. I haven't seen enough of Mike Green to be like he's the best or he's not that good.
I don't know what it is, but he apparently has some off the field shit too. I know that's been reported, but what the actual off the field stuff is, I don't think has been reported.
Okay, this has Tyler Shaw going 40 to the Saints, and it looks like that's before. Yeah, that is before Milroe. They have Milroe going 42 to the Jets. I think that'd be good. I do. I think him playing next to Justin Fields is not awful for his development.
I know. I just man, can Garrett Wilson ever get a competent franchise? Like, just request a trade sooner or later. I don't know. I'm sure he likes playing in New York, but it's like, man, fuck. Are you ever going to play in the playoffs,
And then how about Shamar Turner to the 49ers?
I would hate that.
I figured.
It just like
Carson Schweisender, out of UCLA, linebacker.
No, not him either. I don't know what to pick. I'd honestly be cool with a receiver. I saw someone mocked Mason Taylor, and I was like, God, no. Anyone but a tight end. They don't need tight ends. And also
Landon Jackson, JC Tumalo.
I'd be cool with Landon Jackson. The reason I say fucking on Shamar Turner is the stuff I've heard from him going back to DeSoto and at A&M from people at A&M. Also, like the video of him uppercutting the Ole Miss dude's nuts, like it's like the main reason he couldn't go into the draft last year, amongst the other things.
Ike, we'll get to this, and then I believe it's time for my 2 minutes of NBA. First Longhorn off the board today. Would be very surprised if it's not Alfred Collins.
Yeah,
Agree?
Yeah, I agree. Vernon Broughton's probably going day 3, but I think the boy Baron Sorrell could hear his name called today. Also, like Quinn Ewers. Where's he going to go? I think he could go today. I think he could go 6th round tomorrow. I'm not sure. And very curious to see what happens, but I'm with you. Got to go with Collins.
And I think Drew Makuba will also be picked today. I think he's right at the fringe of day 2 and day 3, but I do think he's someone, once Eamon Wormy comes off the board, like Kevin Winston's there at safety, but there's not a ton of safety prospects, and that is a position where people love and get some great value in the middle rounds.
And I know this is kind of like no duh, but Makuba he's expected to be picked today. I should say is expecting to hear his name called today. I talked to a few people who were at the draft party last night with John A. Like, based off the feedback they're hearing, stuff from the agent teams, he should be picked today. That's what he's expecting. So
good to know. All right.
Before NBA, or actually, could we maybe skip NBA because there's a pretty big baseball series in Austin.
It is, yeah. Let's skip NBA today. Although, one quick second, Magic outright. They will win this game. They're at home. Lakers outright against the Timberwolves, and then give me the Cavs. I think that's 4-game series based on what we saw in that second game with how Donovan Mitchell plays in the clutch.
Yeah, I barely watched it, but man, rough game for Memphis last night, losing Ja Morant too.
Yeah,
tough. But hey, Texas baseball, talk to us.
This is the series of all series. Texas has played Georgia and LSU, and they walked in as top 3 teams. Something's different here. A&M is one of the hottest teams in college baseball, and Texas wants to eventually lost. Jim Schlossnagle wants to win the series again just for the other team. After A&M won in that super regional last year. As some of you have seen, Jared Spencer is out for good. Very, very unfortunate. Was just having complete ace of a season, and Texas is going to have to roll forward through Rio as the Friday guy. I believe Luke Harrison will be the Saturday guy, and I think Jason Flores is the Sunday guy, and I imagine it will be a bullpen day on Sunday. Texas hopefully will be in a position to be able to do that on Sunday, but there's a good chance that this is a high-scoring series. A&M has one of the most explosive offenses. They've got guys 1 through 9, and even after that. And Texas really needs a series where their whole roster can come together because that didn't even happen against Georgia. And it hasn't happened in some of the weaker series too. So if Texas can put it all together this weekend, I think they take 2 out of 3. If they can't, I think A&M wins the series. I think a sweep is almost another question here. And I've said that in other weeks. I said that against Auburn. I thought Auburn had a very good chance to win the series. Georgia was very surprising to be a sweep. This team is going to have some hiccups. You'd rather have them now than you would, in 2 or 3 weeks once you get to Hoover. So excited to see that. I will be there tonight. And yeah, that's all I've got on that. I'm just hoping for the best at this point. I think there's a lot of questions before we get to the series.
Yeah. Would love to see Jonah Williams hit a home run and hit one of these.
Yeah, he may be out. He did get hurt on Tuesday.
Yeah. Well, probably of like the around 300 people on this, I'm in the bottom 10 of like Texas Longhorn baseball knowledge. So there you go. But yeah, anyways, we're going to close it out. Up next, the SEC Unfiltered crew is previewing the SEC baseball weekend that lies ahead, including plenty of thoughts on Texas versus Texas A&M, plus some draft reaction for the Dallas Cowboys and Houston Texans. We're going to go ahead and close it out. We will, or I'll see you on Monday. Need to ask Nick if he can do Monday. Not sure what they have going on. Man, cut that shit.
In solidarity.
And
right here,
check out.
Sanders is a Cleveland Brown, and he will be picked at 33.
Yeah, not the boldest prediction. But yeah, go check out the Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Audio only, no visuals. And then back at 2 p.m., we'll have the live stream, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, wherever you get your live stream. And that's where Chip and Zay will be. Everyone who tuned in today, Ike, JW, Crunch, Binks, Nathan. It's a Trap 44, CB, Wags. Of course, everyone who tuned in, appreciate y'all. And people on audio on podcast platforms, thanks as well. Y'all have a great weekend, and hope we get a sweep of the Aggies. We'll see.
We'll see you next week.
All right.